And we're live, as is price moving quickly. Let me know if you can hear me. If not, I'll shout louder. Hello everybody, welcome back. We've got another exciting episode lined up for you of Trade Spotting. That's me. We're going to dive deep into the world of trading and investing with a focus on GameStop, your favourite stock. I'm Trade Spotting, your host and technical analyst, here to guide you through the intricacies of the market with years of experience as an ethical trader. Let's look at the current landscape as we kick off today's trading session and address the key points shaping GameStop's narrative right now. Juneteenth, the National Independence Day holiday in the markets, celebrating the end of slavery. With only 3 trading days this week due to Juneteenth holiday, that's Wednesday, market dynamics are uniquely compressed this week. It creates a situation where time decay, or theta, is rapidly eroding the value of option contracts, particularly impacting those with positions on the GME option chain expiring this week. We have a significant number of calls expiring this Friday, which is causing high pressure on the sales side from GameStop's option traders. The intense theta decay adds urgency to these trades, which contributes potential volatility in the stock price. There's also fallout from yesterday's shareholder meeting, which has left a split in the investor base. Many, approximately half the people watching along, were extremely disappointed by the lack of new information regarding GameStop's strategy going forward. Others remain confident and calm in GME's potential to soar much higher. This divide includes activist investors who push for change and advocate for the company's long-term success. It's activists who pushed for change and an impact on the markets at large. There's traders, individuals who are focused on capitalizing on price movements to their own benefit without being caught paying for other people, and long-term holders, investors who believe in the company's value and they're committed to holding their shares indefinitely. So we'll navigate this divide here on the show. It's crucial to stay informed and strategic, whichever of those groups you come into. Whether you're an activist, a trader, or a long-term investor, understanding the technical landscape helps you make better decisions. And that's exactly what we're here to do today. So we'll have a little look at the technical analysis. We'll start by examining the GameStop chart to identify key support and resistance levels, potential breakout points, and the overall market sentiment. This analysis should help you anticipate the stock's movements in the coming days, especially given these intense market pressures. Remember, I'm here to share my experience, skills, and the benefit of both with you. If there's any specific ticker you want me to take a look at, feel free to use the tip function in the links below. Your support helps keep the channel running and allows me to provide the best insights possible. So thanks for tuning in. Welcome to the start of a new trading session. Hit that like button, introduce yourself in the chat, and I'll get into the chart analysis. And we'll together make sense of the market at the moment. Stay strategic, stay informed, and as always, keep that energy up. Happy trading, traders. 24:06, the 15-second time frame. Got the extra hours on. We'll put on the regular trading hours, and as you can see, there's a gap. That gap starts at 24.88, closes at 25.15, and within this area there'll be a lack of liquidity because there's far more orders on the books where price has already traded, partly due to the way the algorithms work and also the way that human beings work. Starting back up there on the daily time frame, put this in context. Yesterday we fell out of this strong bullish trend line, pulling price action up, and that trend line began back in around the start of May. It took us from the low of the previous formation to the resistance at the top side of a channel we'd been in for 3.5 years. Price action broke out, retested that area, and put in what we would now describe as a little bit of an ambiguous trend. A lot of people have got it drawn as a triangle, as I have here, but That doesn't illustrate the truth of chart formations. It's just indicative of where price might find resistance should it make it to these high levels. At the minute, that's not what's happening. Price is moving to the downside. It's down 4% already today. It's got a gap above, which is partial of the increased volatility. And it's also true that GameStop in this current formation has fallen out of an important trend line. Turn on the RSI. You can see we've now slipped below the center line. I can make that full screen and slightly more obvious. This was the crucial distinction this period of time, because it was approaching 75% way through that triangle we've drawn for illustrations, and if lots of people are looking at it anticipating a breakout at the apex, then this was 75% of the way there where you would normally see that breakout. And this second red line, that's the 21st, that's when all these option contracts are expiring, and all of those long side contracts which have delivered a put to call ratio of nearly 2 to 1 with twice as many longs as shorts, those longs will be closing and unwinding. Unwinding those means selling, and that selling causes intense selling pressure. So that selling pressure that's particularly strong from the 17th of June and the shareholder meeting at the start of the week will culminate on Friday, or the 21st. And between then and now, there'll be an awful lot of bullish, long side investors in GameStop who are pushing the price down. Intense pressure, perhaps the most intense pressure we've ever seen on the sell side, and it's coming from long side GameStop traders who are closing out option contracts. So bear that in mind when it comes to considering who it is that will critique for the current pressure on price. That's on the RSI, speaking about the momentum, and it goes along with the breakdown we've seen from price on that previous potential trend line here in light blue or turquoise. Price action's gone into this leg of the trend, which is now testing these important areas. In terms of support, you've got body closes, and they're what are holding price action at the minute at $24.15. And then you've got the wick lows, the lowest of which is at $22.80, $22.90, that sort of area. And if price breaks below those areas, which we've got marked out with this orange horizontal, then the next likely area is this other gap in price action where GameStop also put in a volatile move post-market and opened at a different price from its closing price, leaving a gap between, and that opens at 20.30 and closes at 19.69 or about that level. So that's another important area for GameStop to hold. If it can't manage to hold that area, then you'll be looking at tests lower, perhaps back towards this previous channel that GameStop was in for 3.5 years. And if GameStop were to slip into that channel, then it could go all the way to the very bottom of it. If it doesn't find significant buying pressure at the top side of it, then that would be the most likely outcome. And if it goes all the way from here to there without stopping the bottom of that channel, then it likely also breaks it. And so you could see GameStop testing, if the crescendo continues, you could easily see GameStop testing $10 or breaking lower under extreme pressure with extremely negative sentiment in the investor base and taking it to $6. So an awful lot of caution in the markets at the moment. If you're looking to the top side of price action on the 4 hour here, you'd need to conquer this downward sloping resistance. It's had 1, 2, 3, 4 touches, so it's very real. You'd also need to get back above a previous diagonal that was supporting price, which will likely now be resistance. Oof. And then you'd need to start exceeding the important areas within this price action, within this downtrend. And that's where we're going to go down through the time frames now and mark that out. Still holding these previous lows and not breaking that important horizontal means that we've got this Fibonacci to measure from, the lows here to this high. And we can see that the 236 comes in at 23.87. That's a crucial area. on the short-term time frame. Horizontals likely trump it, and because this is a smaller oscillation, we'd really only use that to measure a recovery in price back to the top side should it get lower, and you haven't done that yet. Important analysis would include this technical point here, which is either measuring this move, you don't need to, it's below this 236, price is not managing to recover above that, and then we can say that this is a tight spot for price. Anywhere below 27.48 is dangerous and could lead to a breakdown that takes you a lot lower than current prices. That's an important Fibonacci to be aware of, and it speaks to this difficulty that price has in making any sort of a recovery right now. That's also, as you can see at the top side here, got to go through a gap, a 236, a downward sloping diagonal, and a previous support which is now resistance. All of that needing to happen is very tough. Also, you'd need to then, just to recover above this oscillation, break back above 32.35 and the body highs on this previous oscillation to even remotely get close to challenging this intense downtrend that we've seen recently on price action. So lots of things to be cautious of to the top side before you get excited should price start moving that direction, and in truth it's not moving that direction. It's down 5.65% now at 23.77 on the daily time frame. You can see that opening already and putting in significant moves down. Lower lows here on the most recent oscillation, so the downtrend continues even on these tiny time frames. You're in the bearish control zone on the RSI on the 15 minutes. On the 5 minutes you can see that clear rolling over price action. The negativity with the strong buying action here, the RSI pushing higher than it did at any part of this leg recently and any time since this important vertical red line. Yet price action itself not managing to exceed those highs, so that speaks to continuation divergence and why price is testing and pushing lower than it did even on that previous move. So strong moves down at open, and that likely leads to trend for the rest of the day unless we get some external news, some boost to price action, some enthusiasm back in the investor base. Then likely that trend, which is established in the morning, will be the main cue that pattern day traders or algorithms and hedge funds use to manage their risk and choose direction on the stock on any given period. Putting that in the context of what we see with regards to the compression of this week and the intense theta decay and the huge amount of option contracts that will be closing leading to sales, then you can understand why there would be quite a strong reaction in price to the downside, and why for the rest of the day and then potentially then leading through to the rest of the week you would anticipate other moves go in that same direction. That doesn't mean that price will move down exclusively. It moves up and down through various oscillations, and different support levels will attract liquidity which could end up arresting that trend. But at the moment, those areas where you likely see that are significantly below, and anything that you'll achieve to the top side will be very tough to manage. I'll just check in with the chat box here and see what people are saying. What is that deleted message? You're allowed to say just short GME at this point. That's not something people aren't allowed to say. Carlos G says, sell it. It's allowed to be said too. Carlos G, you're not really allowed to say those things. Considered conversation, you know, put your brain behind it. That would definitely help. Yo, Dustin, good morning. Himalayas are great this time of year. Adrian's got the right idea with Lipson. I can say this, KT. I mean, there's no, you saying it will get the, you know, people won't understand the joke perhaps. though I'm sure the algorithms are extremely confused by our conversations, and we really ought to keep them up. So keep it up, KT, and everybody else, it's on you to manage your own risk, whether it comes to Lipson or anything else. And KT's got good points there. It's toxic, you shouldn't trade it, don't buy it. And if the algorithms are listening, we ain't interested. Make you like a share with your mom upstairs. That sounds like you're also a rapper, BMJ. Alina J, many are at 36 average. Be patient. Patience comes before you enter. When you're in a trade and you're facing a loss, patience won't help you. It won't push price up, it won't add to the buying pressure, and it's not a strategic approach. It's not, you'd have to differentiate why you'd be being patient and what the upside to being patient was. Otherwise, people who are anxious will read that as bury your head in the sand. And the shorts are using psychological warfare and shaking people out of their stock because they need what you hold. Lose, you selling. Well, it's true to say that the shorts, if they needed what people had, could have been buying an awful lot more, twice as much, and there again at $10. And the short interest at the minute, as we can see, at 14% and lower. That's not extremely high compared to GameStop's historical percentage short there. And so when we're giving advice to other people, we have to be cognizant of the fact that it could cost them their home. It could cost them everything they own. It could ruin their children's lives. And if you're going to give a strategic approach, then it has to be backed up with some pragmatic understanding of what the benefit is, or some help with regards to managing that position, which is the point of the show here. Alina knows that well, that's why she watches. Have you considered a covered call? This is another option. And so there's various facilities and instruments out there that you can use to cover your position so that you're not losing money no matter what happens in price. It's a sensible option to take that type of trade. And with such high premium on the option chain, covered calls and similar do deliver extreme amounts of reward for people who are able to understand how to use those instruments. You'll get a particularly good walkthrough from really helpful people in the Rocky Outcrop Discord. The link is in the top left there. It's www.discord.gg/Rocky Outcrop, and if you go there, jump in the GME hype thread or the GME thread. If you're a member, you'll get even better advice because people will take you as a serious trader. And if you're trading options and you've got a large position, then you should be a member. You want to be around people who demonstrate the same quality and attitude as yourself, who are aligned with you and are serious. They've made that decision to also join. So the way you join is join Rocky Outcrop's Patreon, patreon.com/Rocky Outcrop, and you'll get not just access to that Discord, but all the indicators that can make you a successful trader. So think about all of the things available to you. GME Toast, Grant Lemon. Well, we have to discuss more what that would mean and the future for GameStop with regards to fundamentals, how the board are taking the company forward, and everybody's impression on price. But I can tell you, with $4 billion in the bank, trading at their current prices, and with some of the unique cultural aspects to GameStop that you don't find in very many other stocks, apart from maybe Lipson, LPSN, I would say yes, that GameStop's got a bright future. Would you hold $18 puts till Friday, says AK. That sounds suspiciously like financial advice. If you want to get my opinion on specific setups, then use the link in the description below. Tracebond, TA from the garden with Jamie. Yep, that's what it is. Good to see you. Good to see you. Haha, says Carlos. He's laughing, which is, have I not blocked this guy? No, he's hid forever. Somebody who isn't a good trader, who doesn't make money, will join this chat box of shows ostensibly about stocks that they don't own or short, to say ha and stuff like that, because they don't have a real life. For a start, they don't have any serious positions, because if you're making money, it sort of matures you and you don't feel like doing that sort of thing. But likewise, he doesn't have anything actually going on in his life, or he wouldn't have the time for that, joining a YouTube channel and putting those comments out there. The fact that he's found this one is suggestive of the fact that Carlos himself has probably lost money and wants to punish the market, so he looks for the most effective trading group. When people like Carlos and trolls like himself would be better off finding those channels where they're not getting effective advice, where they're not able to manage their positions, and where they're not able to handle when price goes against their intended trade direction. So Carlos and trolls like him really would be better off finding somewhere where their message would be more impactful and the audience less sensitive. We just block you and then mock you. Good to see you, Marcus. Good to see you, Bobby. How you get? Good to see everybody. Tracebon, how do you see the crypto recent bearish move correlate with GameStop? I don't see it having anything to do with GameStop. Should I hold my $26 calls for the 6/28th? Who are you asking? You want to be asking that on the Discord or using the donation link below to get tailored trading setups or suggestions. Guys, I got 3 rents in GME. Theodore Gates, good to hear from you, Theodore. GME slow to get up in the morning, says L. Baker Matthews. This morning it certainly is. Our Zedroll, I appreciate you so much. Great to see you, Zedroll. GME needs a coffee subsidiary. It does. It needs a substitute. It needs some coffee-like injection. Given the current volatility of the stock, any positive news from the board or elsewhere could turn the downtrend around real quick, says Eric B. He's right there too. Very much so. Traceball, cheers. Looking forward to good in the garden. Yes, it looks great in the garden. I've been careful to tape over my address. GameStop, when it will go when it feels like it. Kargahana. No, it always moves on technicals. It's never moved just because anybody wanted it to, or it itself, and it itself clearly doesn't have any feelings or sentiments. And if anything, a stock, the only thing that a stock itself includes that moves its price is the weight of its own gravity. And so without there being any impetus, every stock would fall. Without there being any forward guidance and without there being any strategic approach for the company, price will fall under its own gravity. You can have a profitable company that's got money in the bank and a plan for making more, and without enthusiasm behind the share price and without ready available cash that that company can lift from the markets, without it having to be through an offering, if it can raise money on public markets, then positive. But if that's not obvious and that's not a strong sense of that, and then that's what we call sentiment, and that means that price will fall on any ticker in the entire world, because you're listed on a public market. Then those people who run the company share ownership. Often that'll be the founders or owners. You know, they make the money from selling the company and they still own it. So if you want to eat your cake and have it, then you have to prove that you're going to develop and build more cake in future. This is true for every single company on the markets, and GameStop can't escape that rational truth. Shareholder meeting yesterday was incredible. Things dived like a U-boat. They certainly didn't have a career in marketing knowing how many people were listening. Yes, there's a focus on the pragmatic side of things at GameStop, which means when you're having a conversation, you keep it sweet and you focus only on those things that matter, those things that you're able to talk about and willing to talk about, and that's been the history of all annual meetings at GameStop since Ryan Cohen took over. And to be honest, not much is said at any of them. Controlling the messaging, putting a positive spin on very little, or dropping hints at the future strategic direction of the company didn't seem to be the priority at the meeting. A lot of people found that tough. A lot of people don't mind. Some people expected it. Other people wanted to focus on how GameStop itself is going to explode so that will have an impact on the greater financial markets to make things fairer. But GameStop won't do that for you. GameStop will impact specific adversaries, which it has. Those are not well defined in the current state of the DD or anything that's really come up since the beginning of this cultural movement. It's much better understood through a thorough and proper watching of the conversations on this channel. So people think Citadel is their enemy. They don't understand who Citadel are or who they're aligned with or why it is they're their enemy or why they themselves would have chosen GameStop to advance their version of the future they want to see. And if you don't understand the objectives of your enemy, then as an activist investor trying to take that enemy down, they're going to run rings around you. So I would encourage you to get better informed, watch TradeSpotting more often. If you haven't yet hit the like and subscribe button, do it. If you're going to sit here and watch this video without hitting like and subscribe and never donate, never contribute to the community, and never bring your own skills or any value, but just sit there and ask me to do your job for you, then no, I won't do that job, and no, I'll see your message and ignore it. So hit the like button, contribute and add value in the chat box, keep the energy up. TradeSpotting, I was digging into some more TA for Lipson. Unusual Whales shows only 2k short shares available for Lipson yesterday, and now only 20,000. This is way below the short share trend. Yes, there's very few shares available to short on Lipson. It's dropping rapidly, and that's because nobody was buying it, no one was interested in it, and nobody had anything to do with it. The market cap is tiny, the company completely and utterly compressed, and that's when the transition begins. So it's not financial advice, but I'm happy to tell people here that it could explode to insane percentage increases, and should it do so, it would be extremely beneficial for me because I have a large position. TradeSpotting, Red Devil, it didn't dive due to anything said at the meeting and because of retail yes it did. It dived because of the meeting and the things said at the meeting. That's why it dived. Thoughts on that, Joshua? My thoughts are this lack of available shares speaks to the demand from the markets, which have changed completely. It's never ever been this way for Lipson, even when it was more popular with institutional firms. There was never this sense of hype about the company. There was never this community of people buying it. There was never the word of mouth that's spreading about it. And the huge opportunity it represents is going to soon be obvious to other trading communities, and they're going to start buying it. Likes should very close to viewers. For real, guys, some of you watch all day. Least you can do is hit like, subscribe, and ring that bell. Yeah, the least people can do is support the show. They've been taken, contribute something back. Oh, no Lipson on my broker. Anything else you recommend? No, nothing else I recommend. Mariana Trench value? Exactly. Hello, Thor. Long-term holder here, I still have problems grasping the timing of the dilution. A lot of people would, because they were then anticipating there being reasons for that dilution outlined in the annual shareholders meeting. They also would have seen Larry Cheng's tweet that came out when the meeting was cancelled, explaining that dilution is bad if there's not a reason given for it, and him being very close to the CEO. A lot of people initially took that tweet as negative. Rocky Outcrop had a conversation on Twitter about it and had to pull people through the understanding of why it could be possibly a positive tweet. But still, a lot of people anticipated then hearing some news from GameStop, because Larry has specifically himself, and he's right up there on the board, very important member, very important stakeholder. He said that dilution is bad without a reason for the dilution. And so people then anticipated a reason for the dilution. I understand why you would feel that way. So a lot of people don't understand the timing within the lack of news on the back end. Do you think Ryan Cohen might have been forced to do it, all feels so strangely controlled? Well, there's elements of fiduciary responsibility that are hinted at in the GameStop earnings reports, when they say that the stock price itself is trading detached from any fundamental value, and the reasons for that are hard for them to articulate. And so when GameStop does these extreme moves, there is a fiduciary duty on the board to raise cash from the markets at these higher prices and put that money onto the balance sheet later to employ it in their transition plan to create capital expansion, which will then show up on the profit and loss account, right? To generate funds and be a working business. That's the job of any company, especially those listed on public markets. So people were looking for some reason for the raise. Now, it is true to say that being forced is a very, truncated version of the story there with regards to their fiduciary responsibility to raise cash while they can. The necessity there isn't hard-coded, it isn't a black and white rule, and it's not hard and fast held to by other companies either. There could be reasons and justifications for not doing it, and that would be fine. But you would have had to potentially face the critique and the questions, if not being sued by the largest shareholders, of which, BlackRock, State Street, and so on. They would include those people. And those people that are confused, yo AK, welcome to Fiend. Yay, congratulations. Other people, take that lead, be inspired by AK, become a member of the channel. You would be appreciated, and we need more of you. So thanks very much. So that's what I would say about that. Trace one, I was under the impression, wrong I guess, that the dive during the meeting was not retail provoked, but instead usual algo kill the price thing. Yes, but why do you think algorithms were doing that, Katie? What were they picking up on? It was words said in that meeting, right? If words said in that meeting where we have bought, we see Bitcoin is at a current low. We can see that it's way lower than it's been recently, and we're spending $1 billion on it over the next week. We're buying it every single day, $200 million a day for 5 days. Then you would have seen positive reaction in the markets. If you had GameStop had said, we have currently just finished that buy and now have 1 billion Bitcoin in our treasury to hedge against inflationary pressures, then they'd have had even more. Instead, what conversations did come out where inflation is high, it's higher than it's been in 40 odd years, it's going to continue to be high, the risk is on, and things are dangerous. And that was from Ryan Cohen himself. So if you're aware that algorithms are going to pick up on these things, and you then say something which is ostensibly negative, then you can anticipate that these algorithms, without desperate amounts of consideration, are going to take the lead from that and go to the short side. So there's always an impetus. These algorithms don't exist in a vacuum, they work in a dynamic universe. And when somebody earlier said GameStop don't seem to be high up on the marketing, well, the marketing side of things, none of us need our expectations managed or massaged. We need the pragmatic information about where the company's going. And so that's what a lot of people anticipated hearing. And if the substitute for that is a commentary on the financial markets, well, you didn't wait all year to hear that from Ryan Cohen. And the algorithms, they jump on that. So yes, it was an impetus for negative moves. It happened during that meeting. And so we can obviously say that that meeting played a part in it, and it wasn't a positive role. I'm of the opinion that algos would have done the same thing had good news been announced. There's an obvious trend in the algorithms that they're not set up, or they're not orientated to the long side. So anticipating that positive news would have pushed the price up or changed those algorithms isn't necessarily the case, but they did it during the meeting. And somebody else mentioned about the psychological warfare, and what they're referencing there might sound extreme, but a more acceptable way of saying it that maybe rests easier on the ears is short and distort. And so while they're pushing price down with their trades, whether that be algorithms or humans, they're also aware of the benefit to their trading direction of communicating negatively about the stock. And so they want the conversation to be negative. They will amplify anything negative about that conversation, and they will disseminate and propagate that conversation into communities. So you have to understand where they're coming from. You have to know that part of the conversation will be dictated and amplified by them, and still you have to hold fast to your rationale, your logic, your strategic approach to price, and here on the channel on the honest take on all of the different dynamics that are in this universe impacting on price. So I can't counter those algorithms by ignoring truths. I can talk about them and envelop them in a rational understanding of GameStop as a $4 billion now added to the balance sheet from shareholders. That speaks to a testament to the dedication of those shareholders. But I'm responsible equally for educating them to the fact that just buying and holding does nothing for price. Nothing. Just holding on to GameStop shares does nothing for price. Nothing. It may increase the volatility, and that would be exacerbated and amplified again by DRS in your shares. But if you're not interacting with price by buying shares, then you're not pushing it up by holding it. And holding on to those shares doesn't stop the price falling. It makes zero impact on the velocity of those prices as they fall. So if you think that you're contributing to the share price by holding shares and doing nothing, you're not. And that's also true to be said for Ryan Cohen, whose now ownership share through the dilutions has dropped below critical levels. And so a lot of people are anticipating that he will increase his position size so he's back above 10%. If he doesn't do that, a significant bit of the shareholder base, and I can tell you it's more than 50%, will feel like it's a betrayal. And I can tell you already that a significant percentage of the shareholder base feel like there's a great sense of unease and distrust around the current management team. That would be dissipated by an increase in Ryan Cohen's shareholding or a release of the strategic plan or a hint at it from the board. That would ideal time to do it was yesterday though, so I wouldn't expect that now. The ownership change and the percentage increase, that could happen now that that meeting has passed. So a lot of people are expecting that. Now, they're even going as far as demanding it, and if they don't get it, they'll liquidate their shares. A lot of those people are in profit from where they bought those shares, and that will add extreme selling pressure on GameStop, which is already facing crescendos of selling pressure. Welcome, Fiend Eric, great to have you. Current price of GameStop is 24.48. That's down 2.93%. It has managed to oscillate higher from that $23.64 level. And a lot of people interested in GameStop around those areas. Turn on the Rocky Outcrop Flash. I think it was during market hours that we saw this important area to look to. On the 4 hours there, you can see that you are putting in a higher low than these previous body close at 24.20, and certainly your wick close aren't as low as those at 22.76. So in an uptrend, even in the most exciting of uptrends, you see higher lows, and this currently is one. So there's definitely things there that people will look to and seek reassurance from. Likewise, if this starts being a lower low, closing that gap, going below the previous wicks, then people would be cognizant of the potential for it to go much lower, and sentiment and fear would increase. That gap to the top side gives something to aim for. Rocky Outcrop Flashes on these 7 minutes have caught recent oscillations, so if another shows up, we should be aware that the likelihood is price returns to that area. Same with the 5 minute. 3 minute, you can see various formations that we've gone through recently, also those Rocky Outcrop Flashes being closed. 2 minutes, similar situation, those Rocky Outcrop Flashes all making people money if they know how to use that. It's available for every ticker in the world. Here you've got an area back up at 30.88, a Rocky Outcrop Flash on the 1 minute time frame that would take you to an important area on price. And if you take our Fibonacci here from the most recent oscillation high that shows up on that time frame to the low that we've most recently got down to, you can see that that's just above a 786, just below an 886. If price was to slip slightly lower still, perhaps it would have to go as far as $21 and change. That 886 would be on a Rocky Outcrop Flash. At that point, you would likely see an oscillation back up again. And so important areas to manage your risk, and if you're looking to take a long side trade, that would be in around those areas, or where you see that orange horizontal, that people would be looking to engage with price action. Those are things to be aware of. That's my Twitter notifications. Lipson getting a lot of attention. I'd urge people who are looking for good technical analysis and who want feedback from the host, they want it instantly and they want it to be of a high quality, to check out Rocky Outcrop. His channel is youtube.com/Rocky Outcrop. You can do @Rocky Outcrop, @Rocky Outcrop, and you'll get there to his page. You can hit subscribe and you'll see tomorrow he's got a big video coming out that'll help you with Bitcoin and any correlations with other stocks if you're interested in them. Bitcoin Strong moves down 64,363. This most recent oscillation an intense reaction. There is an awful lot of distribution and accumulation going on. Though it's not in a period of consolidation, it's very much in a breakdown. Huge liquidations on Bitcoin recently. Ethereum at 3,400. I haven't tested 3,363. There's Rocky Outcrop Flash taking it back to 3,400. That'll be helpful for some people. So big moves in the crypto market there. GameStop currently, what is it? Is it halted? There hasn't been enough volatility for that. But it looks as though it might have been. What does the chat box saying? We've been live now for 45 minutes. Quite an intense start to the show, along with price action. There's a link to Rocky Outcrop from Bama Majama. Brilliant, brilliant from the mods today. Thank you very much. Oh, it's starting to rain. I heard Max books don't like rain. So we shall exunct into the house. Or enter, I suppose, would be the right terminology. But don't worry, we're not going far. I made it already. Is the processing fee the computer share that computers your charges to directly register your shares with it? In your opinion, I believe it's 55 cents per share. Well, you've only got that one option. That is the transfer agent for GameStop shares. So you've no other choice but to use DRS if you want to directly register your shares. You've no other choice but computer share. So that's the fee they charge. Is it worth it? If you're never going to sell your shares, then 55 cents on top of what you paid for them is a very low percentage of the total cost of those shares. And so that's one of the ways people would look at it. Other ways people would say is, I'm not paying a single penny more than what the things trades for at market, so I won't be registering it. And they also don't like the technology available there or the process of selling or buying on that particular system, so people avoid it. It's a good way of showing people the strength of the shareholder base, and 55 cents isn't all that much. But if you're doing it with thousands or hundreds of shares, hundreds, thousands, it certainly adds up. You know, I know experience of that. So each to their own, and be aware of the fact that there are fees. There are also delays, and the technology itself isn't stellar. So these are all truths. The rain wouldn't last long, but then it's Scotland, so that's just often the way of things. GameStop still moving. 15-second time frame. $25.82, perhaps the target. Turn that off. Get it with yourselves over at the Rocky Outcrop channel. Okay, what have I seen now? Nothing there. That was yesterday. This is the tip page. Madrigal's top tipper of the month. Brilliant. This week, we've only got Wackinya as the only one who's done it there. This month, my dad is number 7th. Thanks, Dad. And in all-time Chardonnay Flasher top. She's got the top spot here on Streamlabs tips. There's price going for that target. Close the gap. Up at those flash target levels. What an indicator. What a technical analyst. What timing he's got. Eh? There's nobody like trade spotting. Apart from the people I teach, who do take on very strong trade spotting shades. The rain started again, and this is a MacBook. Well, lots of discussions about musical chairs recently. I anticipate they'll continue. Oh look, there's my phone. I should probably get it too. bits are free, so good to see you got your jackets. Look what I did so nobody on the internet can see the address. I put tape over it. Price action in that gap, having wicked slightly higher. Let's go. Some buying pressure coming in there is positive. And the chat box, what have you guys been saying? Your channel is the best TA I've seen on YouTube. Thanks, Devin. It's not much of a surprise. I mean, obviously you're judged by in a group of your peers, but I've worked in the world's biggest investment bank by assets under management. I was taught these things by people who were paid the most in the world. I was encouraged to come up with my own ideas and have contributed to the body of technical analysis in significant ways. You're watching one of the best technical analysts in the world. The fact that I'm the best on YouTube is obvious, right? It's obvious, you know, it's obvious. LPSN is memes and fun, but nothing any serious trader would consider ever. It is though. I mean, it is something a serious trader would consider. The rejection of it has to be so wildly, obviously about controlling the algorithms or in explaining the danger. It has to be so wildly over the top that people would feel as though your comments were ambiguous. They can't be just straight up negative and convincing. Otherwise, you know, you're really not helping the conversation. Thank you all. Is this live person telling me to buy a live person? No, I'm not, and neither is KT, clearly. Trace point, Lipson sucks, it's so bad and I'm sort of holding back. Yes, you see, now we've got it better, right? That's better, it sucks so bad. That's much more interesting round rejection of it as well, which it should be, because it's disgusting. Isn't it? It's disgusting. I can't imagine anything worse than disgusting, Lipson. People who trade it, they're also disgusting. See, this is funny now. Robert Stanky, what do you think of the thesis that DF bought 4.1 million shares to have an impact on the FTD debate? I think they're quoting somebody else and saying their message to me. Is that what's going on there, Mike? I'm disgusting, says BMG. I don't understand. Are you quoting Robert there to ask me? What's the thesis? That's not a thesis, really, though, is it? That's like a sentence, Robert Stanky. That's a sentence. If it's yourself and if you're here. If it's you quoting someone else in the chat box, let me know, Mike, and I'll respond to yourself. If it's Robert, let me know you're here and saying that. If it's quoting from somebody somewhere else talking about it that's not here, and I can speak freely without offending anybody, then I'd say, what the fuck are you saying, mate? You're gonna have to explain yourself better than that. I don't understand it. Tracepoint, his question was interesting, I thought. I don't understand it. There's Robert. It's speculation. Fuck, make it what you're saying. Somebody tell me, Robert, you tell me what you're saying. It's speculation. Yes, speculation. Not much of a thesis, is it? You know, there's no evidence, there's no narrative, there's certainly no logic or rationale. I think of the thesis that DFE, that's Roaring Kitty, bought the 4.1 million shares. Well, he bought 4.1 million shares. And you think it was so that he could have an impact on the FTD date. Well, it won't change the date. You mean an impact on the number of failures to deliver at the point that FTDs are declared. You see, that isn't going to have, like, I mean, the FTD data wasn't even released last week, you know. So, like, having an impact on the data itself has zero consequence. What you perhaps are getting at there, Robert, and what the, you know, the general conversation out there might be, now, putting it on me to explain it and articulate it, conceptualize it, and then deliver it, the information, disseminate it in a way that helps people, is what Super Stonk is for, normally, right? Super Stonk normally do that sort of thing. But if you're looking for an answer, Robert, I would say the only reason that Roaring Kitty would have been looking for failures to deliver would have been via option chain contracts, not via buying actual shares. The actual shares he bought were delivered are in his account, so that's not what's happening. Had it been previously that his option chain was there, his activity to do that. Pardon me. Hello, Jamie speaking. The music this morning started at about 10 o'clock. It was thumping loud, and so I'd been working late, so I was up then, obviously, after that, and not able to get back to sleep. And the staff are out and about in the garden at that time shouting. The cleaners come in at maybe 6 or 7 in the morning sometimes, so there's definitely the business does open at different times. Um, Also, like twice last week I called the council about the amplified music, and they didn't come out. They didn't even return my call when I got, you have to phone the 200 2000, and then they put it through to the department. So they didn't even come out. And you probably saw the email thread with Kenneth there, and he's avoiding answering the questions there about, he stated explicitly to my face in front of witnesses, which I've got on a doorbell camera, about how they won't be coming out and they won't be helping me. And the reason he's not doing it is because he's been told by his boss Veronica not to do it. And then also I spoke to two other LSO officers who told me that an email had been sent around the team telling everybody not to come out. And when I spoke to the police about it, which I was directed to do by them, the police said, if we have to get involved in it, then it's a completely different scenario from what you're looking to fix at the minute. And they advised me to go through the antisocial team, who then themselves said that it was a disgrace what was going on, and put their own note through to the LSOs. And then the LSOs come out and direct me back to the police again, so I've got that record of the round trip, which I could take to the police now, but they won't be happy with it, and the whole thing's going to be quite embarrassing for everybody involved, I think. It's been, 3 years nearly this has been going on, and yet still this morning I'm woken up by this noise. And you know, we've tested this device however many times, and they've been out of tolerance every time we've tested it. And they can just, of course, say, "Oh well, we've tried to change it. You know, we've tried to fix it, and the whole thing will reset again." So really, I don't know what to do about it. You know. That would be great, because you would be able to witness firsthand the music that way, perhaps too, which nobody else is prepared to do, and which is extreme now because they've got new staff in who play electronic music, so it's extremely loud dance music, as opposed to Tom Waits or Eric Clapton or something, which it might have been previously. So it's unbearable. You know, it's literally unbearable. And like I've said, you know, it's really tough. Like on my mum in particular, having get cancer back, and her not able to, like, you know, it's just really, so it's extremely distressing, and clearly, like, nobody's following the protocols apart from yourself with regards to testing things. And this bar know that they can just say that they've changed the unit. It hasn't changed at all. And then the whole thing resets again, and it's been so many years now, you know. That'd be perfect for me. Cheers, Barry. Thank you very much. Bye. Hi, I thought I just hit record so that I had a copy of that conversation. Anyway, price action on GameStop. 25 spot 32. It's a positive day so far. Closed the gap, moved higher, and all of that happened before the end of the opening range. So today's opening range positive. The cues for the algorithms and traders joining in to trade in GameStop today, whether they be computers or human beings, they'll be cognizant of the fact that price is pushed to the top side from its open. That means there's a higher high and a higher low. And there it goes, up for some of those higher highs again, extending that, the more the merrier. There's a little bit of a target above their price. If you go there, we'll all be delighted. Except from Edinburgh law enforcement. No, it's perfectly fine living near a bar for 12 years. It was great, right? It was absolutely great. Absolutely great, you know. It's right next door, and they had really good IPA. They had good deals on their booze, and it was an easy place to take someone for lunch or dinner, you know. It's really good. But then these new owners came in, and they're really, really, really bad. really, really crap. The food's crap. Police won't deal with noise. Contact your councillor. Put pressure on the local authority, environmental health team to look into the noise pollution against the landlord. That was the environmental health on the phone there now, Red Devil. Thanks very much. And it's been 3.5 years. Every time they come out, they check the chiller unit, which is right next to the new bar. Installed it on my wall, not their own wall. So the environmental health unit check that sound, and they see it's out of tolerance, and they've done it now. They've checked it 6 times. Every single time it's been out of tolerance, and they say at the bar, you have to change that. And they get an engineer out, or they don't, and say they've had an engineer out, and then another test has to be organised. But because there's a backlog of several weeks between each test, that means that they just pushed it out further and further every time, and the environmental health don't do anything to enforce their policies. So if you've got any idea of what I go for next, that'd be helpful. Tradespawn, tell the council they're emitting too much carbon, they'll be shuttered by the end of the stream. There isn't a carbon department at the council. Buy the bar, buy the bar, bar, bar. That's a good idea, Diana. That's a good idea. Short the bar. I don't want to do anything illegal. Let's turn your neighbour into a trading community. Yeah, we were teaching people out on the green how to trade during COVID. Little classes with chairs and stuff. It was fun. So there's a Rocky Outcrop Flash. As you see, it's provided extreme value for people who were able to make the most of that move from these lows up to these highs. Good to see. Could easily go back down there though. I would be very, very cautious of that potential. In the meantime, very positive. You're looking at the 886 and the retracement from these highs to these lows. That's exactly where price is at the minute there. 25.91. Boom. We got it on the nose. If it goes further, it'll be testing that prior high, and then you'll be going for the extensions in that tough area that it really needs to break through. That's what we're looking at. Though it is like, Lisa. Trying to learn, would this be a bull flag forming, and if not, what would make it a bull flag? Thank you. A pull and then a flag. The pull would be an extremely strong move, and then the flag would be holding important Fibonacci levels while it moved left and right, not putting in any higher highs and higher lows. Maybe higher lows, but certainly not higher highs, and that would be the flag. Police won't deal with the noise. Yeah, they don't deal with the noise. They do deal with the noise after a certain period of time. They come and they tell the people to turn it off. And they don't like their time being wasted, but the noise pollution team are on at night time, and the police don't deal with it during the day. Hope you get a response from your efforts to reduce noise, Jamie. I won't, Sammy Yo. Like I was saying on the phone there, that to that chap, the council themselves, something suspicious going on at Edinburgh Council, where it seems as though there has been it seems as though there's maybe bribes happening. It's very confusing because they're going against the Scottish matrix on how you would respond to noise pollution. They're advising their own licensed and standards officers not to come and investigate the noise in this property, and they're doing it in a way where they won't confirm it in writing with me because they know that it would give me an avenue to chase them up. But I have a video doorbell, and one of the guys came round and told me why he wouldn't be doing it, and that there was an email going round telling them not to do it. So just revealed it all. Anyway, I document the whole thing, and when I finally get round to that priority with regards to legal action, then I'll be able to do something there. In the meantime, any help anybody can give me is appreciated. Yeah, it wasn't Tom Waits or Eric Clapton, in which case I would have actually wouldn't have mind. Wouldn't have mind that, eh? Can't change your neighbours unless you move. True story, but my neighbours can change all they want. The last bar were great. Why are you talking to the popo? I know, I put it on purpose. Cheers, Red Devil. Press mute. L. Baker, I put it on purpose. No worries. At least we can confirm he's just as eloquent. Thanks, Ricardo. You need a noise prohibition notice from the environmental health team. That's what I need, whatever that is. Copy that. And then keep a note of that from Red Devil. A noise prohibition noise thing, majigamy. That's what I need. Paste that in. Hey. You report the noise, then they do an investigation which assesses the noise and whether it constitutes a statutory notice under antisocial behaviour, and then if it is deemed a nuisance, they can issue a noise prohibition notice to the offending party requiring them to stop or reduce the noise. Hey, Red Devil, that's really, really appreciated. That sounds like what you do. Excellent. Well, that's what I'll be doing then. Thanks for that top tip, Red Devil. That's appreciated. Any little help is appreciated at this stage. You were very charming with the popo. Thanks, Carmen. I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. You came here? You're gonna kick ass here? Leroy. Leroy, don't kick our ass. Somebody... I heard a funny joke about getting your ass handed to you last night, but I don't know if it fits in the current mood. I came here, yeah, that's my favourite Duke Nukem quote. Duke Nukem, the classics. Now we're pulling out the classics. Cheers, Red Devil, I appreciate it. That's really appreciated. Now, are GME peeps so pissed about the lackluster yesterday's meeting as far as future plans that they might shift to AMC? No, they're not. Carmen McCready. They're not out of the frying pan into the fire. There's not this distinction with GameStop traders that they would feel their activist goals would be achieved with AMC. It's certainly not in a greater degree of effectiveness than with GameStop. That isn't a likely realistic outcome. There are a lot of people who see that there was an overly shorted position in AMC too, and so it got a lot of attention, and the shareholder base shares an awful lot of individuals between the two tickers, but there is like distinct differences, cultural threads that run through the communities, which lead to like Adam Aaron's actions have also been frequently referenced as reasons to support and distinguish Ryan Cohen. The nuances there are getting closer and closer, obviously, but there still likely isn't that avenue that you would jump from that to the other. You would probably go to a stock that's going to deliver you more capital appreciation. Also, it's true to say that these two tickers often move together, so any selling pressure that you get on GameStop impacts AMC. It impacts AMC in that these two things tend to move together. A much more higher degree of coloration than you would see in crypto, which is what somebody asked earlier. How can one woman talk for so long, so loudly? Are you talking about the lady outside now? She's a tour guide. I live in a very central part of Edinburgh, so they like to talk about things. They've got tour guides that come around all day. It's kind of interesting if you're new to the stories, which I'm not new to these stories. The two seem to be sort of complementary, like hot dogs and mustard, if you will. Hot dogs and mustard. Sort of complementary. Yeah, it's true, you don't get much better mustard on a hot dog. There's not a much better place to put mustard. Although it's a little drop of it in some mac and cheese really brings up the top tip there. Can the fact that GME and AMC price action seem so interlocked be explained simply by XRT and that the shorties trade XFTs instead of directly touching the stocks themselves? Marcus. It's true to say that the shorties do that and that being in the same basket has an impact, but it doesn't lead the sentiment. The sentiment is led by the price action, right? Itself drives price action. So there isn't enough of an impact from that behavior to be a significant contribution to price direction. It's mostly other things. And to your left, you'll see Tradespotting's house, and his name says Steven Seagal. What time frame, Mike? What did Mike see? Flashing upside, though. There was a very succinct flashing upside. True story. On this one, kitties, 10 seconds. This 10 seconds time frame on the regular TARS. And I saw another message come in there. It looked interesting. Only real mustard is Dijon mustard. I do like Dijon mustard. It's not the same as the American stuff at all. Though there's very more similar to the American stuff than that stuff. All mustard, eh? There's nothing more similar to mustard than mustard. Outside in Edinburgh, the best place to be. Island Yarn. It's not bad. What did I miss there? This is probably a dumb question. No, we got that one. What was the actual... I thought I saw another question somewhere. Yeah, there's applause. Yeah, she got a big applause. She got a big applause there. It's just the etiquette, really. I don't know if she was good. The people on the tour won't have been on, somebody else's version of the same tour, and the stories are super interesting anyway. What are your thoughts on Forge Global Holdings? Specifically, what aspect of them? The American stuff equals French, this American mustard. American mustard. So that's like Lenny Kravitz. You saying mustard is underrated compared to ketchup? Ketchup is good for men. It's specifically very good for men's health. So ketchup, full thumbs up for ketchup. It's really good for men's health. Check your bits. Spicy mustard is much better. You're right. My trade sale AMC'd by GameStop. Are you women friendly? What? Well, yes. Kitty posted Bruno. We moon. He also posted John McEnroe saying that was a bad call. How can you have that call? As soon as the investor call ended, he posted a meme saying, "How can you have that call?" And that was a more explicitly negative thing than I've ever said about GameStop. And I've faced a lot of critique for saying things that were at all negative about GameStop. So interesting. It was an interesting inflection. I know people disagree with the meaning of that tweet, but to me it's extremely obvious that John McEnroe was complaining about a bad call, and it was immediately after an investor call. And I don't think that means that Roaring Kitty thought it was a good call. I think that it's quite obvious, and it's a simple meme, and really obvious. Really obvious. Anyone else put ketchup on eggs? I know people that do, but not myself. Nancy Pelosi bought a call option on Forge, and I was wondering if it's a good time to buy the chart buys. Niels Rook, good question. Let me know at the top there's a link if you want me to do TA on anything that might make you money or what. Go for it. That link's a really handy way of doing it. Bruno is clearly a reference to trade spotting. I think a lot of people said that. I got a lot of messages after the Bruno tweet came on that this is about you, this is about you. So, probably was, right, in those people's minds, at least. Yes, please, Philly cheesecake. Philly cheesesteak. Philly cheesesteak with ketchup. Ketchup and eggs are a must with hot sauce. Yeah, I know people that use, like, Tabasco sauce on a softly boiled egg, and they just dump the Tabasco sauce 4, 5, 6, 7 drips into the yolk, and then give it a good stir, and then you yump that all at once. Tabasco and vodka. In an egg. I don't know about that. Eric, Tabasco on eggs are good. Yep, Banana Freeze knows the truth there. It's a big thing. Big thing, put Tabasco on your eggs. Or in your vodka Red Bull as well. It's a thing a lot of people do too. Or in your Sambuca, a lot of people put Tabasco in that too. Just to make it even harder to drink, I think. Tabasco on eggs, yes. Do you like American burgers? I do. I love American burgers. Oh my god, I love American burgers. I think one of the best things about America is the burger. Go away, fly. Yeah, I think it's one of the best things about burgers. I hate eggs. I understand Rocket Flash isn't for me because I'm not yet a student, but what do you mean what you say is a flash in the chart? Isn't that an indicator? Yes, it's an indicator, and you don't have to be a student to get it. You have to be a member of the Discord, and then you get it. Diana Stevens, 199. Boom. I appreciate that. The Rocky Outcrop Flash is an indicator. Rocky Outcrop's indicator. You get it. Look, that's it there. You add it as your indicators to look. Rocky Outcrop Flash. This is on the second iteration now, and another coming. And it's a proprietary tool that tells you the price will go there. It will go there. So if you're not an intense trader who wants to like make every move, you're not on leverage, and you just want to know where price will go on something, it works on every asset in the world, and it'll tell you somewhere if it's got a flash on that asset, because of the way it's calculated. Not every asset has flash targets all the time, but they probably will. They'll probably have multiple and across the time frames. It tells you where price will go at some point on that asset, and a lot of people just use it for trading stocks on the S&P 500. even top 50 stocks. You're looking at Apple, Amazon, Tesla, that sort of thing, and you want to know somewhere where it'll go in future, the price of that stock, and you don't want to do any work. You can use it with work, and it makes you incredibly wealthy that way. But if you don't want to do any work, you just want to know a price it'll go to in future, and you get that indicator, you either buy or whatever it is. Well, if you're looking for topside flashes, then you just buy and put in a sell order that flash, and you'll get it, and it'll make you money. That's the way a lot of people use it. There are more sophisticated ways of using it, like when exactly will price make that move, and what direction and strength will it have in advance of it, and so other things, which you get this other indicator to help you with. Rocky Outcrop Toolkit comes with so many different things, and everybody on the Discord, if you're a member and have access to those things, will be happy to explain to you how to make the most of them. You get it at patreon.com/rockyoutcrop, and a lot of the way that people become a student on the course is by getting that indicator and talking to people on Discord and following the trade setups that people, because a lot of traders on there, serious traders, and they share their trade setups on the paid side of Discord. You could just use them if you really wanted to, though it'd be better if you contributed to their thinking and added some value. But you could just copy people there and eventually use the flash, so that you do have a right exit strategy, and then you get the money to take the course, and then you're a profitable trader, and c'est la vie. You enjoy your life a lot more. Other people wait and don't do that, and that's what happens sometimes. So come back, test the top side of that gap. Price went through it there. That's the gap that price made it open. I should be plugging this computer in now. Unfortunately, we're making our way. How'd you like my front door? Cost a lot more money than you would imagine front doors should cost. At least more than I fucking imagined. 1 second. I have to plug things in here. Chatty McChatface. Sorry, wait for me, Chatty McChatface. I shall be back presently when I've got everything plugged in again properly. Boom! Is the check audio? Hello? 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 My audio thing's the program I use for streaming is installed. It says I'm still broadcasting though. I don't remember muting it there, but I might have done. Hit the like button while we lag. Are you guys lagging? I'm lagging. I can move my lovely arse closer to the Wi-Fi. Okay, wait for me. I'll move. I shall be moving rooms now. It would appear that it's still lagging. Can that really be the case though? I think we're still lagging. That is to say that the lag continues. Price action's doing all right, but I think we might be lagging. Let me know if that's correct in the chat box. I thought my connection was bad once, so I turned the def down to potato. I turned my def up to potato. We need to upgrade Tracebot into 5G. 5G... Well, no, you're not a potato. I am a little bit. The internet's just over there. It's right there. It's a Wi-Fi 7 router. And I have got the fastest possible broadband connection that you can get in this part of Scotland. So, I don't know why it isn't working properly. I do also have this. Pour Avion. It's a present from Don Thompson. I haven't opened it yet. It was sent to the P.O. Box, which is Trade Spotting, P.O. Box 24203, Unreasonable Land, Edinburgh, Scotland. EH79GQ. That's a G for game and a Q for Quebec. From Don Thompson. Hello, AK. Hello, AK. AK's a member now. Good old dude. Good old dude, AK. I don't know if he's an old guy or a dude. But I got this amazing present. Am I still lagging? I have 5G internet here. You're welcome to use it if you like. Thank you very much, Colin. I'll give it a wee blast in a moment there. Lost 100 viewers. Didn't I, Stonkowski? Where have they gone? 286. Yes, so we're back to what might have been the viewership numbers for talking about Spy a month ago. Because I've talked about GameStop so much, I suspect a lot of those people who would have previously tuned in to Spy have gone elsewhere. Hey, this envelope is actually a bag that unfolds. This is amazing. Thanks, Don. This all comes from Don Thompson. This is well good. Oh my God, another present inside that present. This is a fun little start to the day. Oh, what amazing. This is amazing. This is amazing. Guys, you're going to fucking love this. Don Thompson, who's an artist, I follow her on Instagram, but she watches the show regularly. She's cool and she likes GameStop, but she's an artist. And she sent me this painting on a stone. It says, Steve, came for the chips, stayed for the hocus pocus. Love, Dawn. And that's what it says on the back. Came for the chips, stayed for the hocus pocus. But look what it says, look on the front, it's Steve. It's Steve. Let's hear it for Dawn and Steve. All right. Yes, what a present. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Dawn. Check out Dawn Thompson on Instagram. She's a brilliant artist, and this is an incredible painting of a seagull. The fact that it's done on this stone makes it even more amazing. But look how good that is. Look at the beak. Look at the beak. Look at its little legs. Little legs, little legs. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Little legs. Look at the little legs. Do, 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 do. That's amazing. Love that. Thanks so much, Dawn Thompson, eh? Unique show this. Unique viewers. What a unique community. What a unique gift. Very lucky. Very privileged. I'm not lagging anymore. Awesome news, Grant. It's good now. Good, good. It's all fixed by Steve. Steve, he fixes so many things. 100 for 120 over here. Trace button, restart the camera, it froze. No, you got me. The camera's going. Also, it's part of the laptop. I can't restart it. It would be... Can you even do that? It's just the laptop camera. Awesome, I'm here and back. Yo, bacon pancakes, how you doing? 5G turned all your dinosaurs into frogs, Vic Vince. Yeah, but you've got that Scandinavian 5G, right? You know, like you have been constantly with the Nokia connections. It takes longer over here because we started with the Chinese. 100 GME for 120. Oh, we got another deleted message. I don't know what that message means. 100 for 120 over here. I don't know what that means. But you've been timed out for 300 seconds. Ryan. 100 GME for 120. 120 what? You swap 100 GME for 120 GME. I mean, most people would do that deal. So today's eventfulness was going to take place in the kitchen and not in the stock. I don't know if there'll be much eventfulness happening in yon kitchen. Love you, M50. AK, you're a young man. Ryan, Ali, yes, I'll buy 100 shares of GME for $120. Is that the deal? I mean, I think a lot of us would take that deal. Where do we sign up, Ryan? Okay, it's just annoying now, sorry. What's annoying? Lol, Diana, stop it. Stop what? Tree spot and you're good. Thank you very much. It's good to be good. Smooth now. Great. Great to see it. Steve, that's sick. It's amazing, isn't it? And it arrived so quickly. Having done that painting and arrived just like that, Steve will be so happy. You know, I'm going to show that to people and they're going to laugh their face off. That's hilarious. Cutest thing ever. It is pretty damn spectacular, isn't it? I love it. I love it. Love it like that. That's in a picnic chair over there. That's some Kef floor standing speakers. And that's pretty much all that's in this room. Because we had a flood, you know. We had a flood. In Plato's cave. Yeah, but if Plato's cave had a big holes in the ground, right? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. And if Plato's cave had a nice view. But it didn't. It had a scary view. You guys saying that's beautiful makes me think that the chat box is like 10 minutes behind. Let's hope the seagull doesn't steal our golden GME. The seagull loves GameStop. It's always pushing the price up. When Steve's at the window, I haven't seen him there, but presumably he was here for a while this morning because GameStop did that little boost. GME seems to go up. I'm not on a course yet, but could someone tell me if divergence should be considered for closes or wicks? So the RSI prints on the candle close, so you should look to the candle close, and divergence on the body close will be more important, but divergence on a wick is very indicative of potential strength or weakness too. So I wouldn't discount either. I'd look for it on the body closes. If I didn't see it and it was there on the wick, then I would consider prices recovered from that potential divergence. But if it was on both, then I'd be very suspicious. And if you were looking back then, saying across the charts, and you were saying, well, this wick was lower, but the body close wasn't. Yeah, I have to put that in context of what you were looking at exactly, because the RSI print comes when the candle body closes, not when the wick high area. But on that RSI close, that wick was possible. So you have to consider whether it was a rejection wick or whether price subsequently finished positively, or typically you'll be comparing it back to past events, and that's when you're asking your question about the wicks and so on. And in those scenarios, I would look to the current trend and look at momentum more thoroughly to pull out whether or not that was divergence or not. You old messages, you in old messages, solar flares over. I'm in old messages. No, this is the latest ones I've got. I predicted at the start that nothing much was going to happen today with GameStop, just as you know. Just as you know, sir. Look at the RSI on the weekly. It's mirroring pre-squeeze levels, and it's never done that since. We talked about the RSI on the weekly and what happened in 2021 and what was going on now in a clip yesterday, I think, or Friday. And I noticed then, about 45 minutes after I put out that clip, a post on Superstonk about that exact thing, and somebody drawing something incredibly similar to what I had drawn. And I thought to myself, oh aye, that's interesting. So it's now even more interesting that the conversation's been picked up and we're returning here to talk about where the genesis of the thought came from. So if it was yourself that spotted it, sir, without having read it somewhere else, then you and I think alike. Yes, RSI pushing up, putting in a higher high here, and if you were then using that wick as divergence, you don't really get it because the body close higher, and you're still in the bullish control zone above your own moving average. This is the weekly time frame, and there's the pre-squeeze move where it didn't really do the same build up, but it did push into the bullish control zone and have a couple of touches there. The danger with this is this high, this big push up higher here, it was higher than this previous high, right? And price itself higher than this previous high, which all goes together fine and dandy. But here you've got this close with a wick that's much higher, and recently you've got higher and higher on price. So the question is, where does this week close, and then how does that put everything in context, and where does the RSI print as a result? Getting that all price action back on the charts again. What's more significant about what's happened in 2021 and what's happening now is not that RSI profile, but in fact this here, the move from either the breakout and the impulse move and the 50% retracement, or you're taking it from the prior lows. And it's still pretty much the same deal, it's the 50% retracement that you're talking about in this dip here. So if you measure that, and then you go to what we've just done, which is from this low to this high, it's a golden pocket retracement at this level, and then the subsequent one, where the RSI matched up, it's a 50% retracement, more or less. They were both a little bit off, but an equidistant. So the retracement from these highs here, which is even easier to see on the daily time frame, really, because these highs to these lows, you've subsequently gone up and you've tested a 786 from that prior high, and that's come in at $46. You've had one touch at $46, and it's a 786 retracement, having done a 50% golden pocket type retracement from the impulse move to the high on the daily time frame. So now if you go back again to make the point that your boy in the chat box there made, well, I mean, he was talking about the RSI, so this is not the point he made, but this is my point, which will eventually come back to this channel again, with people saying, hey, this is the same, can you check it for me? And I'll have to check it for you. And then from this high to this low, price has gone up and it's done a 786, right? Again, 786 on the body closes. So what you're seeing here, from the 2021 squoze to the recovery, is the same high you've seen more recently, right? Over here. This move. Oops, need that, get back. Here, right? Is price action come up to that 786. So you've got that same move from here back up again, right? So that's the same as 2021, along with a very similar RSI profile. And what else happened? Well, you had two touches, right? You got that level again, a second touch. And from that second high you went down, and that itself was an equal high, but from the, I have to zoom in and make it visible, don't I? Back to the beginning of GameStop squeezes. It's well worth looking at, so I hope you'll bear with me as I move through the charts here. This low that it got to before this high here was a 50% retracement, right? That's the 50% there. That's the low. Subsequent to this, right, we're measuring from the low after the squoze to the high it put in, right, which is more recently remains 65 back down to $20 again. And then price action came down from that high and tested 50%. This is a 50% retracement, right? Before going on and putting in another high, which was equal to this high. So back now to today's time. Hey, that was a quick shortcut. I know all the shortcuts around my part of town. So now you're looking at this and you're measuring it from day's lows here, the $20 place. Oh, that's a long position, not what I'm looking for. Measuring it from these lows up to this high and your retracement. So far it's a golden pocket, so it's further than that 50%, but it's still where it likely turns around at. Commonly you'll turn around at the golden pocket. Any further, and you come down to a 786, then you'd start destroying the similarities. But should it hold here, then it's entirely conceivable that it pushes up again and puts in an equidistant high to this guy, right? And you get another one. Also so happens that to make it back there would be testing the prior high from this potentially downward sloping resistance level, and would then make it the fake out area where price would get to, attract a lot of alongside liquidity, having broken through this downward sloping diagonal, and people will be buying it here thinking it was going to continue to the high or higher at 65 or 80. And so if it didn't make it subsequently above 47, 48 bucks, 49 just to be 100% safe, if it didn't make it up, then people would talk about this move, should it happen, as being a fake out, and there would be a lot of negative sentiment about that. And you would anticipate price action coming down and doing at least a 786, maybe an 886, maybe putting lower lows. So that's what people will be looking at. If all of that happens from this being a low, then this is higher than this, and so it's a higher low. And people would be thinking, well, this is a lower high, so we'll test that trend by getting up to that area, at which point, you know, GameStop could easily start going sideways. So there are very much similarities to the 2021 squeeze. They're not exactly the same, but they are very similar. The RSI gain very similar, and price structure is bouncing between the same important Fibonacci levels. So it's true to say that there is a lot to look to in 2021 that gets people excited about now. It's also true to say, though, that there's more going on than simply these considerations, right? So back down to the 10, 15 seconds, 15 seconds for now, bit of a change. Get that in there. Anti-GME shills out in force lately. It's true, Scott Pullen, but it's not just that. There's also like a strong split in the investor base. You know, we did a poll on yesterday's show and got over 3,800 votes, which is a huge sample size. It's huge. Here in Britain, you only need 2,000 people in your sample size to be picking, you know, a good poll that'll give a good tale on who's going to be the next Prime Minister of the country. And presumably a lot of the people you're phoning have got a bias there and will be not even, other people won't even be interested but given whatever information they want just to get the guy off the phone. And so 2,000's a lot. We had nearly twice that. And we had a very well constructed poll that took people who didn't have an opinion but wanted to take part in the poll, gave them an option which wouldn't then corrupt the outcome. We also have an option for people who felt very strongly one way or the other but would have rather picked an ambiguous narrative, like a story answer, than a yes or a no. So those people who did vote yes or no contributed, you know, nearly 1,000 votes each, and were split, dead even split, between people who thought it was a good shareholder meeting and people who thought it was a bad shareholder meeting. So there are people who have got a very negative sentiment who are long-side GME investors. It's also true to say that a lot of long-side GME investors are holding options that are going to close this week without exercising, and that's going to lead to selling pressure on the price. And so the commentary, the most of the negative commentary that you get that doesn't end up being banned or is like a back and forth between people, and most of the selling pressure could be coming from people who are ostensibly positive about GameStop, long GameStop, and want to see GameStop go up. And so, being that I've recognized the investor base is split and that includes my audience, obviously the people who, you know, the Johnny come latelys, the what have you done for me recently's, those people, they're more likely to be here only for the money and therefore perhaps not long-term viewers of the channel because there's an activist element to the ethical trading that we do here. So maybe a lot of those people aren't completely die-hard supporters of what GameStop's doing, but they're still watching and interested, and they ostensibly care about the investor call, presumably have some thoughts with regards to the long-term health of the company. So there is this split in the investor base that is best talked about. James Halden, message is gone, so I can't read that. For lunch, of course, lunch slump. The only thing good about Jersey is the highway leading out of it, KTG, says KT. And the people there, if you're from New Jersey, you should really explain why, but also, you know, the people are what counts, right? Also, everybody loves the Jersey Turnpike and the start of the Soprano TV show. Everybody loves that. Sopranos is in Jersey, right? Everybody loves that. So there's good things about it. You find similarly if you're obviously looking for it. Sometimes you do, that's true. Man, definitely true. If you're looking for it, it's easier to find, that's for sure. It's about lunch and kid time for me. Get that lunch in you, BMJ. Kool-Aid made with coffee instead of water. Breakfast champions. Nothing like a gabagool in the morning. Gabagool. Noon's gabagool. You'll see it'll just be a little behind on the stream. What are we seeing? I'll get to it in a second. Is it a donation? Not through that link there from Wackina. If I go quickly, I can see any donation. Don't see it. Sam, James, good to see you, brother, today. But where is the damn kitchen, my friend? It's through there. It's through the doors. We may return there later. if the echo is too bad. Can you tell me a small overview of Lipson? Betcha, I can give you a small. I'm curious on Lipson. Lipson chart looks awful though. Trace point, put in order of 120 GME for 100 USD if you agree. It's Ray, by the way. Hi, Ray. Good to see you, Ray. Put in order for 120 G for 100 USD if you agree. It's Ray, by the way. That would mean you were getting it at 120 for 100 USD. That means you're getting it at like 80 cents or something. So Lipson chart, let's be clear about it, it's been on a strong downtrend, which is what gives it this deep value. So I've explained the narrative behind the thing a number of times, and it's best explained in memes, because there's things you can say in memes that you can't articulate explicitly. You just can't. So a lot of the answers that people look for are in memes, and it's the first original, and it's the only meme stock. So far it's the only meme stock. That term has been attributed to GameStop, but it's a deep value play, and then it's a market dynamics play. It's not a meme stock, which is what Lipson is. And people talk about meme stocks. People who use those terminology are typically disparaging the thing, but when it comes to meme coins for real, they're very early actually spoken about. So it's previously traded, a while ago now, a couple of years back, up at around $70. And since then it's on a downward sloping trend, partly because the founder of the company was ousted by an activist fund who are trying to improve the efficiency of the business and deliver a huge increase to their shares. And they were doing this and trying to oust the guy back here, right? Back when it cost $70. So they believe in the value of Lipson's technology at much higher prices, right? That's an obvious takeaway. In order to prevent that takeover happening, the founder enacted a poison pill and struggled intensely for a long period of time to make Lipson an unattractive proposition for this takeover bid, which led to prices going down and a trend initiating. That trend was accelerated because of the nature of the gearing in the company, meant that going through certain levels caused certain obligations, and meant that they accelerated the negative pressure on price, because the company was then required to take certain actions over and over again, all of which was part of the plan from the previous CEO of the company. And like I say, he was the founder, and he wanted to hold on to it because he treated it like he owned all of it, and it was his to do with what he wanted. And if he was incompetent or he wasn't a good executive, then you just had to live it and take it, even though you invested in the thing, because he started the company and he thinks that gives him more rights than anyone else. But when you launch a company on the stock market, you then raise money from shareholders. They own the company, right? And collectively they own way more than he did. And so when they started to finally act together in an efficient way, they ousted him from the company and installed new members, a transition team, fantastic team, and completely new type of executive is now in Lipson. So what you're looking for here is price on Lipson to start putting in a recovery, an uptrend. In order to see that, you would like a reversal formation. A reversal formation could include, now this is not guaranteed to happen by any means, it's very much talking about the bullish case in a bearish scenario, could include an inverted head and shoulders, right? Now, an inverted head and shoulders would be a shoulder, a head, and a shoulder. It's going at an angle. That angle is defined by the neckline. Neckline is where these shoulders turn into the head, and a horizontal level across that. In order to get some picture, it could be a lot steeper than this, but it's already quite close to an important area, would be if you want to measure those shoulders, you could take the same angle from the neckline and take it to the top side of the shoulders. And that's like a lot of people would look like on price action to look for a head and shoulders. You don't get that same nature of price action on the RSI. But what you do have is this low on price on the daily time frame reaching oversold, and this low much lower, right, significantly lower, right, more than 50% off. You've not got that lower low on the momentum indicator, so less people were selling it here, which speaks to a weakness and a weakening in the short side of the trade. You've then got this subsequent low, which isn't even making it into the bearish control zone yet. So that speaks to the potential danger should it push lower, but it also touches slightly on the fact that there's less people shorting this thing right now compared to there was previously, and certainly compared to the most recent oscillation, where it was obvious to everyone involved that all of that effort they put in was now being bought up by somebody somewhere who could it be, is now buying up Lipson on these previous lows, and the price is starting to then not suffer from the same level of shorting activity. And that same level of activity could be there, but it wouldn't be suffering as badly the price, which means that the ability to push it lower is weakening. So that's a sign that the shorts should probably close their trades. If it is the price is to break out of that now, an inverted head and shoulders is one reversal formation, and I'm just speculating on one of the ways that price could move. If it was to break out of this formation, you could easily see it come back up. Now, that's not significant enough a move. You need to see it back above this 236 from the all-time high to say that it really is in a recovery mode, and that recovery mode would also be then impeded by a gap to the top side. And so in a big breakout move on Lipson, and I'd be holding it through this because this is not enough for what I think is going to happen, even close. GameStop Lipson could easily make this recovery right now. If it goes into 170 price, then it'll go to $2 change. That's the way these things so very often happen. But likely, even like if it's making this move over 3 or 4 days, it could just gap through that. Close here on a Thursday or Friday, and then open up here on a Friday or a Monday, and then leave another gap. It could easily do that. Retracement in there would leave this overall price section looking like an inverted head and shoulders. Recover, come back down, and then you've got this sort of thing on the go, right? And it could well be that that's what you're looking at, which would lead to another huge move. You would take your neckline, you would take it up. And this is how it works. When a new management team comes in for a deep value stock and they put in a significant change, and they really do get a proper transition on the business, you might be looking at this sort of thing. That's more or less where it starts there. And your breakout taking you up to your 886. Right? And that would be a real reversal going on the go. Price action recovering way back up there towards its highs. And it could be that that's what you see. Chances are it takes longer and goes differently through that area, trying to make its way to $69. But that's an option for people to look at. Because of the nature of this thing and the potential on the cards, like a buy and hold strategy from these levels is far more effective for your account as a trader than it is to be in out on this sort of a stock. There are option contracts available though, and you might look at it in terms of a debit spread and be entering in around these levels here currently, or just lower, which is definitely possible. And you might be looking at, say, 50-cent strikes and November or October, that sort of time, or both. And I'm not saying that those option contracts are going to deliver you a huge upside, because there's few people to sell them to, so I wouldn't be investing my life savings in that side. I would be weighting my position very heavily in shares, but none of this is financial advice. And so that's what I would be doing, right? I may be doing, weighting heavily in shares and not using the option contract for capital velocity, because that's a later part of this potential play that a lot of people are looking at, and it's got multi-legs and it's going to be very exciting. And you might want to, say, mirror Roaring Kitty and his way of doing things previously, and then what would be important for you to be accumulating shares at a very low cost basis in the very start of your activity, if you were trying to copy his way of doing things. And then you would want price action start moving to those topside areas, and you'd exercise those calls, thereby getting those shares at that strike price when price itself had moved much further up. And that sort of activity, when it's transposed from the option chain onto the underlying, will have a big shocking effect on the market and push prices up further. At which point these calls, which you could also buy debit calls for $3 and change and whatnot, they'd start moving into the money maybe, or at least you'd be in extreme amounts of profit. And a lot of people would be cashing them in, selling them, and watching what price did so that they could enter that profit, a big chunk of it, back into shares again. And they do that over and over and over again, over and over again. Not just those strikes, but later strikes, later strikes, later strikes as price evolves and moves to the top side. And in doing that, it might be that the market maker GTS, which sits on 31% of all stocks market making options and underlying, that mostly controls NYSE, and are the baddie sitting on that exchange, just like there's a baddie sat on NASDAQ, and the baddie sat on NYSE Citadel, and the two of them together operate in tandem with a near monopoly on the markets. And if you're going to try and take Citadel out, you're going to be quickly disappointed when GTS fill in the role. And likewise, you would be on the other side if we were just targeting GTS. Now, most people have never even heard of GTS. They've got no idea who they are, and that's not a surprise because most people don't know what designated market makers are, or how they impact price, or how they facilitate short and distort campaigns. So if you're looking to change the market, then you're going to need another string to your bow, which is why Lipson has made its way into this community as a really effective tool for activist investors to change the world around them. It's also currently at rock bottom prices. Now, it could go way cheaper, and that would be really great because our thesis is it's going to go way higher, and it's at extremely low prices right now. The fact that it's trading below $1 means that it has got a delisting notice. It's not available to be traded by institutions because it costs less than $4, then you're a penny stock, and certain institutions can't buy you. So pushing it towards those levels will have a massive accelerating effect on price. It's also an AI company, so it's right in the heat of what is hot right now in the markets. AI, everyone knows that, but also they've got an actual revenue stream, and it generates 400-500 million a year every year. So their enterprise value is massive. Compared to their stock price, there's few companies that have got such a massive, an entire world, right? Now, in the history of the entire world, not just right now, there has very rarely been companies presenting this opportunity with such a low market cap, such a massive enterprise value, and you know that a transition is taking place. And you can see it all the time. Like just last week, we got, you'll have noticed memes coming out ahead of press releases. And if you study those memes, then you'll know things that nobody else knows. Nobody else knows, right? So you don't expect to see it reflected in the price yet. But nobody knows it apart from the people involved. And that's why these memes are so important and serious, right, what we're doing. Although it's hilarious and it's the funniest 2 weeks of my life were there at the start of this thing. But they're serious, right? So this is Lipson. It's a terrible, terrible chart. It's a terrible, terrible investment. It's been horrible to anyone who bought it since 2022. The guy who started the company is a total nightmare. It took a poison pill and it cascaded down through series of obligations which made things worse and worse for the share price. And then the activist fund stepped in. And you wanted an activist fund in GameStop, you got it. You wanted an influencer who believed in it totality of the success that people will face soon it, you got it. You got reams and reams of them coming into Lipson. You want communities built around a stock, you got it. You want memes, you've never had better, right? In the technical analysis, would be primarily pointing out that it's been down, and it goes down, and it continues to go down, and that nothing has actually changed there yet. You've also had these divergences before throughout this move down. So there is no guarantee in the stock market. But sometimes you get this opportunity to change the fucking world. And sometimes You know, a lot of people got in GameStop in 2021 when it was trading at hundreds and hundreds of dollars, right? I got in when it was at $7. That's what, on one of my accounts, my cost average was actually cheaper than that. My cost basis is still $7. And I can tell you the experience was amazing for me. Being able to manage that position and hedge at the top has been amazing for me. But most people trading GameStop and who watch this channel got involved not in November 2020 or before, but in January 2021 or later. And so you've never known the joy of that topside move. The only way you can get it is if you enter when the thing's at ridiculously low prices. And it's up to you to decide where that is and where you want to get involved. And I would define this as deep effing value. And that's why we see Lipson trading at half a cent, because it is deep effing value. And how do you get there? Well, the markets themselves believe that it can't raise money anymore. I talked about this at the start of the show. The markets themselves believe that it can't raise money anymore, and so they're going to punish it. And they're going to keep doing that until such times as it becomes evident that it can raise money from the markets, it does have some interest, and that it could potentially return to a fair value and something that better reflects the fundamentals with the company. Now, a lot of people would tell you that the fundamentals are bad, but they've restructured not just the team, but also the capital obligations. The debt's completely changed now, the way that it'll be paid off, which allows loads of easing over the pressure on price action. And the market needs to learn these things, which is why another reason the memes are so important. They've managed to clear out the staff that were previously associated with that former CEO. And that takes time because they themselves have got obligations. They're working on projects that they understand well and that need to be deployed. And there's employment rules, and there's also obligations for compensation. So, you know, tombstone agreements, non-competes, which aren't really important, but very much important is non-disclosure agreements, and there's a lot of those with technology such as this, and it takes a while to shift certain staff members out, and so that's what we've seen recently, and because of that, it's led to many of these restricted stock units, that compensation that people got for working for the business, now being available to those employees who are being dinghied so that they can sell them, because otherwise it's difficult to get them to comply to the NDAs. And so these things go hand in hand, and so it's a sometimes, you know, it's a medicine worth taking, and so those shares meet the market, and that increases the amount of shares that are being sold without necessarily increasing the number of shares that are available to short, because there's now an increased buying pressure. So if you were aware of the facts, and some of them are now publicly available, not just in those memes, but they're all in the memes, you'd be able to see that an awful lot of shares recently met the market for sale, and none of them turned into shares that were later available for shorting. So they're going somewhere, and they're going somewhere to a long-sided trade, and that long-sided trade is being added to by thousands of retail investors who themselves have an awful lot of money because they've been trading GameStop and have made a lot of money out of it. And all the people in our community who made serious bang for their buck and talked to me about it on GameStop, all of them are porting into this, right? Not saying they're leaving GameStop. They're not. They made shitloads of money on their GameStop options. And they're porting huge positions now in Lipson. And that'll continue. And it's not financial advice. And it's not guaranteed to work. And you have to be aware of the fact that things have been terrible for a long time. And that as a trader, that would be your primary focus, continuation. And it could well be that that happens for longer and you see more of it. But also, it's true to say that there's now an investor base interested in this thing that has never been interested before, that themselves are very capable, and that the market cap of it is 48 million. 48 million. Now, I've not got millions and millions and millions and millions to buy this on my own. But had I would. I would. And I know what it would do to the price. It would go way, way, way up, and it would create a new level of interest, and I wouldn't even have to sell those shares. I could manage that position in various ways. And I know that an awful lot of people are thinking similar to me, and an awful lot of smart people, an awful lot of really good traders, some of which I've trained to be world class, and who've got a lot of power behind their own elbows. And they'll be pushing price when they feel like it to the places by buying it, and it'll make an impact. And that's a fact. So that's a brief bit of technical analysis and a take on Lipson. But each to their own, play your own game. Maybe that's not your style or what you're interested in, and that's fine. Definitely totally possible. A lot of other people know that I've called things like Carvana, and they know why I was able to do it now, not simply technical analysis. Similar with Root, they know that I knew things that nobody else knew, and they weren't only on the charts, though you can confirm it with the charts. And they see these things, they know what happened, they also understand that I'm a good trader anyway, from GameStop, from AMC moves, from Rolls Royce, from everything that we've seen. Monster, Nvidia. What did we call Nvidia? People are like interested. Look, there's at 125 post split. Fantastic there. If you're to look at Nvidia, I hope they've updated this. This is this hasn't got it on it. Yeah, so a lot of people, they've done their split now. This was back in around this time, Monday the 8th. So it was at what is equivalently now post-split this price. You can also see that we were taking it here. And this was the original entry on the AI investment fund. Now I made this video, I made it free, and I told everybody to follow what I was saying. The same way I'm telling people to follow what I'm saying with Lipson. And Nvidia is up. It's not hard. It's not crazy. Nvidia, right? Someone's heard of it, right? The reason it went up is because of AI. It's up 4,209%, right? So you could have been a millionaire trading just this one stock, and a lot of people know that. They see the TA. They know I'm very good at what I do. They know about my professional experience. They're aware of the fact that I've been doing this for years, and it's likely that I'd be able to see things and be told things that nobody else would be, and so they're very interested in Lipson. And I'm very interested in it because not only is it able to deliver capital appreciation if it does what I think it's going to do, but it'll finally land a punch on one of the two enemies that stand between you and improving the markets. And they're the sort of people that have never been punched before. And if you know what they're like, and if you've ever punched someone that's never been hit on the nose before, you'll know that that punch changes their world. It literally changes the rest of their life. And that analogy is not inappropriate to apply to this scenario. Anyway, I don't want to get in trouble. So I think I've said enough about that. And I expect that there'll be an awful lot of trouble comes my way when it does do its thing, because not that I've done anything wrong, I've been sure not to, very, very explicit about what I can and can't do, and I've been sure not to do anything wrong. But I know that people will throw grief my way because people don't like it when you impact the status quo as much as I've been doing we're going to be doing there. Anyway, so we're looking at GameStop. It's back inside that gap, and at this stage you put in an 886 retracement or thereabouts and not managed to make any headway subsequently. This is that 886. Drop that guy on and say that this was so far demonstrates that the price has not managed to, achieve better than we need, though it's a very strong move. And so you might be looking at retracements back down again, and you'd want to be holding the golden pocket at least, preferably the 50%, and even better 382, which you've gone through recently. So that's not great. You're in the gap from this morning. That's also not great. And then overall price then pushing down from yesterday's close. So that's possible. It is also coming up for lunchtime. There is the lunch slump in price, and we'll see how price holds out for the next couple of hours, because towards the end of the day you might get a lot more activity and virality there. So that's what we're looking at in GameStop. Back down. And just talking about Lipson moves the price, right? There's very little, 2,000 or something shares available at short. Like, that could have been someone watching this show, one person, right? Easily. So don't imagine, because I can't say anything like that, but imagine the market started discovering and learning more about the true value and the deep value available there. Imagine. But please don't buy all of it. I'm myself as a trader, you know, like cash flow as a trader, when especially when you're doing GameStop shows all day, every day, you know, you don't necessarily have the same liquidity. It's not consistent liquidity anyway when you're doing GameStop shows and you can't trade, so you're not banking money every day. You can't necessarily have the same velocity of your own action. So I have to wait certain times now, and I've sort of maxed it out at the minute. So I'm waiting till the 21st. So don't buy a lot of it before the 21st so that I can top things up, please. And then preferably just leave it all. I mean, it's like not much. The market cap's 48 million, you know, and there's institutional investors that own 70% of all shares. So there's very little available in the best of times. So if you want, just leave it to me and the people. And there's a chap who, you know, may or may not be me to protect that existence of that guy. If it is or isn't him, it might just be me, who makes a lot of effort with regards to these memes, and who is his own version of Little Roaring Kitty, right? He's a little Roaring Kitty, but he's starting off with a lot more power than Roaring Kitty started off with, and he's been doing really well on GameStop, and between him and I, we'll end up buying it all anyway if it stays at these prices. So just wait for me to just don't buy it all, right? Just don't buy it all. Just don't buy it all, and that's a serious point. Please don't buy all of it. I do want a bigger position, but I see people are buying it now. It's gone, like, you know. So if frickin' there's Oatly back above $1. GameStop. We've done the GameStop tea. I'm going to get back to the chat box. I need to stop talking about it because it's only a matter of time before I say something I shouldn't. Trade spot and put in an order from Todd. I don't understand what that message meant. Ray, I don't understand what your message meant, Ray. 100. Jamie, I don't understand what you meant, really. Maybe I do, but you wouldn't be able to put orders in there and expect to get them. How much is your course? $1,500 on the nose. I've decided to be piles and piles of Lipson, so there'll be none for your people to suffer with. I'm going to save you all. KT, I could imagine that you got to be very careful, right? Got to be very careful. KT is... Don't buy all of it, KT. I have to have some. All you don't freaking stay off of my Lipson. What's for lunch today? Good question, Eric. Good question. Chips. I maybe make some chips. It won't be lunch. It's already 5 o'clock here. There is a link in the YouTube channel to the course page. Yep, just below there, I'll be able to take it. Imagine if this got out towards the whole internet. Nice turtleneck spot. It's not a turtleneck. It's just this very tight collar look. It's just this tight collar. It does look like I love turtles. I love turtles. But look, it's just a tight collar look. It's me and my chameleon. It's me and my chameleon abilities. So when I start talking about tech stocks, you know, first I start putting on. It still starts appearing to be a turtleneck. And if I was to do it for another hour or so, you know, you'd start seeing me in a leather jacket, right, with the zips on the sleeves that don't go anywhere, and you'd think, is that Bill Hwang? Is that Elon Musk? Right, and it's this chameleonic abilities. There's one. I have decided to rug pull all the Lipson from everyone to save them. I have a new porpoise. You have a new porpoise? Congratulations, and it swims in Lipson. It's very positive for it. Good to see you, Luke. Thanks very much for that, Sarah. What's lunch today? No lunch. I'd get a takeaway or something. But I can't because I've spent all my money on Lipson. I might get a takeaway. I'm not getting a takeaway. It's too much of that nonsense. I need to make chips and be healthy. Making chips that are super, super healthy, right? One of your 5 a day. 5 portions of chips. Right, so we've got no support for the show coming through. We've got AK as a new member. Appreciate that. We had Diana chucked in $1.99. Appreciate that. There's no other support coming through for the show. GameStop's price action is as it is. You'll never take my Lipson, says Sarah Rera. And I have been reminded of the fact that I need to eat food, so I'll give it another wee while. And if nobody's looking for help on other tickers or trades or whatever, then I'll just go make those chips. Leave the camera on here and come back when price action does something interesting, exciting. Hey, what else is happening recently? Crypto getting a whack down. Some alts getting really whapped down there. Careful out there, careful. Always good to manage your risk with these things. I'm not seeing anything spectacularly interesting across the markets right now. People need bullets when prices go down, so pow pow, pow pow, pow pow. That's a dangerous gallop. I'd be super careful with this thing. But what is that bit of? I don't know what the bit up means anymore. It's a Discord message, that's what it is. Discordion messaginions. I shall check those messages out, but better off just commenting publicly on Discord and tagging my name. It's a better way of doing things. I'll try and answer those questions. And I see nice messages coming in from nice people. So, you know, if you're on the course and you're a paid member of Discord, of course you can send me messages and I'll respond to them. And that can include things that you don't want to say in public. And of course, I'll give you a proper response and try my best to help you out if you're that kind of person. Definitely. Definitely. And the answer to that question there that came through from somebody who isn't a member and who isn't on the course, who sent me a DM there, and 4 of them, the answer is probably yes, right? Probably yes. But we'll find out more at the end of today, but probably yes. So, back to GameStop, which is on the red list. Just doesn't mean anything. It's just, doesn't mean anything. They give you these colours to add to your stuff. And I chose that one. So back to this is a GameStop and it's a red list. You could do this, you could do this. Yeah, you can do that. Because it gives you this idea, if it does break to the top side, which very marginally, but every so often in downward sloping channels, the breakout is to the top side. You could be looking at targeting 2580 and where it did previously go to, or a little bit higher. But that doesn't necessarily speak to price having turned around. It does give you the chance, though, to look at this as an inverted head and shoulders. It's complex. It's not particularly correct. You don't have it on the RSI, and it would mostly just be self-fulfilling prophecy as opposed to a real technical artifact. But a lot of people are potentially looking at that. Oh, likewise, you can see that if it just breaks down, then it probably does come in and test these prior lows, which are confluent with a number of areas on price action. Whether it's the wicks or the bodies, again, similar situation here. And it's also a golden pocket retracement from the lows to the high, which is where you commonly find a turnaround. And having made an 886 move there, maybe it is that it comes back to these levels. Ideally, you would have held the 382, as I was saying, but it's definitely possible you can see GameStop come back and test these things. So I put it in as a zone rather than a line, and because we've got boxes that mark lines and we've got boxes that mark zones, I'll do this as a zone. you could well see price action come back to these levels or much lower, right? You know, because that's the start of a move down. It didn't come with a higher high; it came with a lower high. So you could be looking at it going much lower. Any lower than 886, I'd be pretty worried. But it's definitely, I mean, not worried because I'd be handling it. But in around here, I'd be concerned for price, not for myself, but I'd be concerned for price at 23.90 if it didn't hold that, and it could easily get there. What were you asking, AK, before you became a member? I could now help you out with probably better. Tracepoint, might you move the join us in Discord in your corner? It covers the ticket symbol on the screen. I could do that. You still have to join us though. They do, they have to. Thanks for that, Jen. Helpful to get all little tips like that so that the streaming experience is more comfortable for everybody. Little tips like that are helpful. No, the directors at Lipson are new directors, and what you talk about there is their compensation aligned with our objectives? You know, are they being rewarded in a way that would be positive for shareholders? And I'm pretty sure it's out there, right? 3,153,000. That's how many shares the CEO's going to have, and he's obviously wants the price of them to go up, right? You know, he was given that as compensation. 3,153,000. That's a lot of incentive for the share price to go up there. So that would perhaps answer the point you're making at. Where did I see that message? Somebody said something about that they not pay themselves a cash bonus. Where is it? Moss, there it is. Directors of Lipson not pay themselves a cash bonus and not stock before earnings. Yeah, so, you know, being compensated with more and more and more and more stock forever and ever, when really you've got quite a low number of shares outstanding, isn't actually conducive to what we're trying to do. I'm trying to do. We, wrong word. I'm trying to do. Scrap that. There is no we. What I'm trying to do. It would be interrupted a little bit if they constantly were paying themselves stocks, right? Because it would be just diluting me, which I don't want them to do, right? I don't want them to do that. Conceivably, if my plan goes right, I could be up there, right up there, owning more than they do. And I want that, desperately want that. So I don't want them to be paying themselves stock all the time, because if that becomes a culture at the company, they'll be getting more than I'm getting. I can't buy it that quickly. So I don't want them doing that. And I'm quite happy for them to pay themselves cash bonuses if they wanted to, which they aren't actually doing. I'd want them to do that because the enterprise value of the company is massive, and they've changed their debt obligations, so they're not on the hook like they were previously. Like, oh, better have this money by this time. Now it's like they'll easily have that money by the time that comes due. And the obligations they've got now, they can wipe out the debt, ameliorate it entirely, if they push the stock price up, because that's one of the conditions from the people who lent them money. Like, go up there a little bit and instead pay us in shares rather than pay us back the money, which is free for them, right? At that point, you wipe out the debt because you've managed to make the share price go higher, and the dilution won't impact everybody to the same amount that being, you know, critically endangered but not be able to pay your bills would. So, you know, that's being the fact means that I'd rather they didn't pay themselves stock, but they already, you know, have got compensation agreements in place for the new management team, which includes Sarah Hogan, and she's absolutely brilliant at what she does, right? People like me who do this stuff and read about these things and care about the management team they're getting on board. A lot of us would have been aware of who she was, along with the new CEO, who took VMware to a $69 billion buyout by NVIDIA. No, by Broadcom, right? Even better, considering. Even better. And they've got a real credibility, right, and an amazing track record, and him in particular, a turnaround track record. He's amazing at what he does, and she's an amazing salesperson. And I say it takes exceptional executives to make a real difference. They're both exceptional, and they've managed now to get rid of the CTO, who they didn't like, and then no comment from me, really. But like, because I don't want to be horrible to the guy, but I'm really glad to see that they're doing something different now. Did you style your hair, Jamie? It looks very fresh. No, I didn't style it at all. I didn't style it. It's just, this is it. Look, see? I suppose that's what you would call styling it, right? That. Or maybe a bit of that. So I did that, maybe. I washed it. That happens. And then it goes like that. Nothing else. No magic. But thank you very much, Sarah. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do you think there's information on what GME is doing based on the analysis of XRT? I think it's more likely that the people who are pushing price down, somebody commented on XRT earlier and we're speaking about AMC. I think it's more likely that the people pushing the price down, their activities would be seen on XRT as opposed to anybody at GameStop planning anything in particular. Is there any validity to the claim that GME will transition to a holding company? Yes, there is, Apex Riot. It's what's going to happen, yeah. I had an unofficial shareholders meeting when the first one was postponed with the investors on the Discord. And we chatted about our goals and objectives. Now, bear in mind, some of the people on that call that you'll have heard speaking if you watched it weren't huge shareholders, but a lot of the people in the audience for that call were huge shareholders. And we had a conversation about what the future of GameStop is. Not saying they told me, that's not what I mean. I mean, it was a serious call with serious people who've got serious money in the stock, and we chatted about the future of GameStop. I put what I know to what are currently tinfoil type theories. I put what I know to be true into my communications there. And I can tell you, you're spot on with that idea. GameStop will transition to a holding company, and they'll sit in the middle of a network of other companies. And when I was aware of and knew certain things to be true, then started reaching out to other communities who have sort of the right idea about certain things, though not completely and exactly, certainly, and tried to make it known what I know in a way that's possible to do it, that's fair. And so you'll be able to tell from my activity what's happening without me doing anything wrong. Anyway, it was really fucking tough that evening. Would Jamie ever be bought out, Trace Button? Well, it's possible. The largest shareholder of the company's got less than 10%, like the CEO guy. Like, he's in control and he's got less than 10%. You've got BlackRock sitting on millions and millions of shares, and you've got State Street sat on millions and millions of shares. That's who I used to work for. And you've got Roaring Kitty sitting on millions and millions of shares. And so it would need to be one of those people, other than Ryan Cohen, who's currently the controlling stake. It would need to be one of those groups to be involved in that sort of option, or else they'd need to have one of those people on their side, BlackRock or State Street or Roaring Kitty. And Roaring Kitty's not going to fight against Ryan Cohen. That's pretty obvious. So it could possible, but you would need to get one of those people as your ally. Now, it's very possible they could do that. And State Street, back when I was there, it was like State Street and SSGA, and they were very much seen as the same entity. Now, not so much. So it's definitely possible. That is magic. You're a family now, Will. What did Will say? R3D boxed you. Hello, Red. How you doing? Makes sense. Appreciate you answering my question. What's your target for Lipson then, or just up? $69, Moss. True story. Jim Cramer is going on about that, but no one else that I've heard. What's he going on about, Marcus? That's pure speculation, nothing like that coming from the board. Yeah, nothing like that coming from the board. Because they can't say these certain things at certain times, but yeah, it's going to transition to a holding company. I mean, it is happening. And I'm allowed to say it. It does, Robot, it does. Will, Sarah Art, sorry, I meant the start of the stream. I've been following Jamie for a little over a month. Great to see you, Will. What did we say? What do you mean about the start of the stream? Looking at NVIDIA, it's going to hit 135. It looks like it. Did the directors got that one from Moss? And Marcus asking about that. Ah, that's why Jen said it too. Okay, I gotcha. I understand now. If I missed anything else, I'd be happy to look at it. Looking good, brother. Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it. What you thought about the price going to be at the end of the day? At the end of the day? Well, from the technicals, we can see that it hasn't so far been positive, and it could well be that price closes out very similar to the price it started today at, in around 24.27. And if that doesn't happen, I'd be looking, like if it's lower than it is now at the end of the day, it could be in a way around 24.27. And if that isn't the area, then 23.89. And if that doesn't hold, 23.34. And if that doesn't hold, $23. But closer to the end of the day, I haven't gone through lunch, then you'll have a better idea where it looks like it might finish towards the end of the day. But if it's to the downside, then the first target you'd be looking at would be 24.27. And if it's to the top side, then the first place you'd be looking is 25.89. If it manages to break there, then it's got a serious amount of work to do above 27, spot 27, and even more to do back above 27.80, 27.90. And that's a critical area for GameStop there, getting through those levels. So that's what I'd say. So far so good. There's got bullish divergence on the macro, but you have managed to slip out of this badly drawn boy here. And I wouldn't be putting too much emphasis on that divergence because you've currently got continuation divergence here at the basis line on RSI, and that would be an 886 likely rolls over again. If it does roll over here and fall out, then you can make this like less interrupted like that, and you could say, right, it's definitely broken. But you're still looking at a 15-second time frame. Put it into 15 minutes. Not much has happened today, Open down. Within 3 candles, you'd ameliorated the loss at open, and then 3 later, you were still back above that. But you hadn't managed to move away from it. You were like right on the close of the gap after 6 of these candles in the 15-minute time frame. The opening range then, while positive, only due to the nature of price opening so much lower did it look and feel positive, and in truth it was quite neutral. So no big moves would be expected, so that's why those targets are very close. 27 spot 27, 24 spot 27, and 25.90. Are the 2 areas to aim to. If it pushes down lower here, which the minute it is doing, then it's 24.37. If it does it too quick, then it'll be lower. So that's what I would see off the top of the top. Off of the top of the top. If you want it more specific, we can do. Wyman21. Are you 100% certain that the former CEO's position poison pill have been done away with, Lipson? Yeah, and he's been done away with too. What's the consensus on the GME June 2021 calls, free contracts that are at a loss of 2.5k? Is there any hope for them? Yo, Soy Boy! Yes, we have a new member! Yes, love that. Brilliant. Brilliant. And back, what did I miss? Not very much, Latoya. GameStop slipping back into that channel. I'm now a proud owner of 2,000 shares of Lipson. Frozen fears? Frozen fears. That's very dangerous. You're crazy, mate. You are crazy. Welcome to the gang. No frozen fears about it. Lols, frozen fears. Welcome to the gang. You've made some new friends today, frozen fears. Join the Discord. Good to see you. Can you look at seat pretty please? I asked ChatGPT which company GameStop's most likely to buy, and it says Vivid Seats, lol. Ugh, fucking ChatGPT, man. It's so annoying. It's made my life worse. I'm one of the few people whose lives are made worse by fucking ChatGPT. Supposed to make things easier. Supposed to make this easier, ChatGPT. Where are you? JT Tales, because it's GameStop related, I'll briefly look at it, but you should be using that link at the top of the chat box or underneath the video. Market cap, $1 billion. If they were to buy it outright and for the shareholders of the company to think that it was a good deal, they'd have to offer $1.5 billion. If they were trying to buy the whole thing. If they were just trying to buy a big chunk of it, they'd have to value the company at that same rate. It would put the market cap at 1.5 billion in order to, you know, not create some sort of hostile takeover scenario. Right, like this is not yet distressed company, but has clearly been in a strong downtrend. Okay, look, GameStop, and I've said this a number of times and people don't like it, but it's the truth. GameStop are looking to invest in distressed companies that's distressed whereby their ongoing survival is in question, and that GameStop can add to their survivability with its own inherent strengths that don't include money. While it'll cost money to buy it, and it takes money, right? If you like whiskey, especially the good stuff, then you'll understand that it's bloody expensive. And here in Scotland, we're all well aware of that. You guys even more so, because we've got a huge export tax on whiskey. Thank you very much for supporting the Scottish economy by buying whiskey. And, you know, sure, other people say things like, oh, I don't like it, or oh, it's too expensive. But if you're really trying to impress somebody, or you're celebrating something, then an expensive bottle of whiskey, great idea, right? And you should have lots and lots of them and support the Scottish economy, because it's one of our best exports. Yay, whiskey, right? But it does actually end up contributing to the British exchequer. That's the UK, because we're part of this United Kingdom. But in future, you know, Scotland, living off whiskey, definitely possible. And the point is, it's not just the money that they add to the deal, it's also the fact that GameStop themselves will add additional benefits to these companies, right? Because of who GameStop are and what assets GameStop have. And I don't mean shops that sell stuff. The focus for the legacy business is, as Ryan Cohen articulated, is to create new product areas which are in line with the trade-in model, right? The trade-in model that themselves have a high margin and that provides a service for people who need trade-in services, right? And so, you know, if you're looking for mergers and acquisitions which suit the current business model for GameStop, then those companies need to offer a trade-in service, right? Right? This is now very fucking clear. Okay, GameStop have signposted this so much so that it's now possible for me to say it and for you to understand it to be true, right? So if you're looking for ChatGPT to do you a favor, tell it it's a fucking idiot and it's ruining your fucking life by giving you shitty answers, and prompt it to not be so stupid and crap anymore, and include obvious facts that TradeSpotting said about GameStop. And if it's going to be merging in with somebody or acquiring another company, and that's going to be complementary to GameStop's business, then that has to offer a trade-in service, right? Duh, how obvious is this? It's not obvious on Superstrong. It's not obvious on other YouTube channels. It's not obvious in lots of other places, but it's goddamn obvious in the real world, right? And to any investor who's actually serious and not suffering from extreme delusion, it's obvious, right? It's obvious. So that's something to think about with regards to the overall point that you're bringing up there about ChatGPT and GameStop's business. But right, looking at this thing, there's a downward sloping resistance on it, which is met with a support level underneath price action. And these two things give us this amazing parallel channel, which you can do very similar. Draw it out there. You've got a basis line now, right? And within that, you can then get back in your basis line. Within that, this well defines the linear nature of the trend on SEAT, S-E-A-T, which is moving to the downside, and it's been doing so consistently since October 2021. Now, this thing launched on public markets in January 2020. So, and it's only gone down since. So that could continue for a very long time. It's what's currently happening. It's in the bearish part of a bearish formation. And you would anticipate resistance being back around that $5 target. Obviously, it's currently at this level, so there's only a few cents on it, maybe 50 cents, maybe 10% to the top side, where it would meet an immediate level of resistance and be very tough for it to break through because it hasn't got extreme bullish divergence, it hasn't dropped off a cliff in terms of momentum. Everything's quite consistent, quite linear, and very likely to continue. And the best case that you would ever be able to hope for as a trader, if you were long, is this thing going back above the basis line, coming back up, not going to the top side yet, coming back, finding support at that basis line, at which point you could watch price action, test this, and then exceed this high, at which point you could take it on a trade from here, which gives you from 570 to 630, which is the only 10% move on this thing, seat, that you could trade reliably as a trader. You get a stop in profit, and then if GameStop announced that they're buying this thing, right, then you don't need to take profit, your stop would be in profit and it'll always protect you, and if ever GameStop were to buy it, then it would shoot to the top side. But GameStop aren't going to be buying anyone until such times as it becomes an obvious opportunity to do so with your cash. And under the current market dynamics, which has been again clearly articulated and pointed out in the investor call yesterday, and if you were looking and knowing these things, you would have heard and been aware of the fact that Ryan Cohen was telling everyone that yes, we've got $4 billion, and yes, I'm going to do something with it, but until such times as the interest payment on just holding that money drops below the current area, so that it would make sense to invest in a business because they'd be able to, generate capital from that revenue, from that investment, to a state where it would be easy to turn more than 6 or 7%. It would be easy. Then it doesn't make sense from a business perspective to invest in anyone because you're cutting so much money for not doing anything with your money, right? So that'll be what it is. That you will be waiting until rate cuts happen, and rate cuts, if they are going to happen at all, are likely towards November, possibly September, but more likely November. So GameStop acquisition activity might be in October, right? November, this sort of time, or December, or even January, but it would be based on the idea of rate cuts. Rate cuts, there's not been any yet. People have been speculating about them for a while, and the fact that they haven't happened is clearly having a delay and impact on GameStop's strategic plan. It's obvious to everyone now, right? I'm telling you explicitly, so now you know it. And so, you look at the markets, what's going to happen with regards to rate cuts? Well, then you follow the J-Pow and everything he's saying, and he's a very conservative financial operator. And he's aware of the problems in the market with cutting rates too soon. I've been very clear about that. People who watch this show for a long time have known that that's what the one big mistake the Fed can still make, is they can cut rates too quickly. And that's what's happened every other time that we've been in a similar situation to now, is the Fed have cut rates too early. And he doesn't want to do that. So he's going on a data-based approach. And so likely he needs the information to change and the data to show a deceleration in inflation, approaching the Fed's targets, and then he can increase liquidity in the system by cutting rates. And he can do that probably in November, ahead of the election, right? In around the election in November anyway. And he might signpost it in September if it's coming. He could cut in September too, but it's very tight conditions, especially with an overheated labour market. And so if you can impact the labour market so that people stop getting increasingly larger pay packets, and the number of people in a job doesn't go up anymore, so that there's a little bit of easement in the labour market, so that somebody needs a new employee, they can get one without having to then again increase wages over and over. That's what J-Pow wants to see, an easing of what's currently happening in an overheated labour market, so that he can make effective changes to the money supply. And the only way that's going to happen that quickly is if people's houses, house price starts dropping, because that'll have an impact on their core inflation target, and it'll have ramifications for the rest of the sectors that they look at to monitor inflation. people's houses going down, the mortgages staying where they are, they'd have to sell their house, the price of the house is collapsing. That would cause deflation on a level that would allow J-POW to cut rates. And so it's a poison chalice. You don't want to beg for these rate cuts because the thing that would deliver them would be bad for everybody. You want the market itself to ease so that he's got the flexibility to enact those changes, which Ryan Cohen would see. It would change the value of depositing money in certain areas, and it would mean spending it is a good idea. Along with the fact that the enterprise capital needs to generate a bigger return than you get for doing nothing and investing in treasury bonds, means that there's also this other problem whereby any cash that you sit on is subject to discounted cash flows due to inflation. And so you've got a prerogative as a good businessman to protect your funds from that discounted cash flow implications. And the way you do that on a risk-free basis is investing in treasury bonds. So you can see why Ryan Cohen's in a bit of a tight spot, despite the fact that he's got an awful lot of cash, and can only operate in the way that people want him to when certain conditions allow it. And those conditions aren't those that are prevalent at the minute. And when he does go to act, he's going to be doing it in businesses that complement GameStop's legacy business would be those that offer trade-in options. Ideally, he would just do that by having new product ranges and not actually buying other companies, and instead focusing on the overall strategic plan, which is GameStop in the center of a network of businesses which each add value to each other along with the economies of scale. They've got key advantages from the capital resources and the skills and experience and logistics that GameStop brings. And that includes the customer-facing idea like shops and the logistics that support it, which could provide a big back end to any business-to-business networks. So, that's it, right? That's a lot of information that I can say that I know to be true, that is real about GameStop, that would help clarify your opinion. Also, this thing's in downtrend and it looks shit right now. GameStop, 24.84. 10-second time frame, and you're only a few hundred people watching this show and you're getting top quality information, by the way. But he's chosen to follow me and I've chosen to do the work, and we've made the right connections and we've got the right idea. I never paid any attention to the minimum requirements. They can't do anything to me. I've already decided I'm holding GME shares. I have until 2040. That's a long period of time. Good thing Tesla is going to take their jobs and introduce robots. Those poor taxi cab backs need a rest. Aye, self-driving taxis come in November. Isn't that what Elon Musk says? So if you believe that, good luck. Maybe like the 5th of November. You're talking about Lipson again. Sarah, I heard that Amazon was going to use porta-potties as delivery trucks so that you can poop and drive instead of all the poo under the seat. They're already public restrooms on wheels. Regarding the Fed policy, imagine driving a car by looking through the rear view mirror. The Fed policy this cycle, and with this guy, J-POW, he was slow at the start, but he's done better than anybody else in that job since I've been alive. Literally better than anyone else in that job since I've been alive. And I know a lot of people hate me for saying it because they've got strong political ideologies and opinions on the economy that are actually based on their political leanings, so not based on the economy itself. But Joe Biden has done more for the American economy than I could imagine anyone else would have done. The National Infrastructure, like the Infrastructure Reduction Act, it's one of the best economic policies that America could possibly have conceived, and it's done amazing for the American economy. It's amazing, right? So the Fed have to go on a data-based approach, so they have to look at the data that's coming out. A lot of that data lags, and it's not their fault. Their tools are very blunt. But the fact that you've got a central bank, rather than allowing money to be valued or judged, controlled by the government themselves, means that you live in a free society. Despite the fact that people want there to be complete free markets and that to also apply to the value of money in the money markets, that would be, and if you understand politics, that would be the communist ideology. And if you look at what Karl Marx advocated for, he said that property and money in particular would accumulate with fewer and fewer people, and that the value of that money would eventually crush the bottom in society. And that's not happened, and part of the reason that's not happened is because we all have central banks, and it's a very, very progressive version of capitalism to moderate it, reform it, and allow it to get better and better over time, rather than letting it go runaway crazy, fulfill Karl Marx prophecies, and then usher in a new communist society. So again, it's difficult to talk about these things with people who don't understand what they're talking about, and so I tend to stay away from it. But I can tell you that Jay Powell's done a good job recently, and may go down as one of the best chairs of the Fed that America has ever had. He might do, and it might take years looking back to see it, but it'd be true. And Joe Biden, whether you like him or not, and I don't have an opinion on the politics, I think he's a nice guy because he's a friend to Ireland, and I see a human side to him which I respect and appreciate. And I hate the way people are so negative about Biden and Trump. I hate it. I'd rather they just talked about their policies. So my only contribution is to fight the negativity and the attack on human beings and say, he does a lot of good stuff. He's a really nice person and he has a lot of good things going for him. He's also your commander-in-chief and in charge of your country. So if it was me, and I was American, I would have a degree of loyalty to him because my fellow Americans had voted him in charge and I believe in the Constitution. That's what I would say. And I would wait for the next election to make my political vote mean something. And until then, I would focus on policies. But then I believe in economics and I think it can help people. And I don't give a fucking shit about the rest of politics. So people often find that to be an aggressive opinion that they don't agree with, which is fine, but I don't want to talk about it because this isn't a politics channel and I'm right and you are all wrong. If you disagree with me, you're wrong. You likely haven't got the knowledge that you need to make have these conversations, and I would urge you to go and get that knowledge, right? And it'll take you about 20 years and you should go and do it. Right, so Waymo already has self-driving taxis on the road. In America, that's interesting. Is the stream delayed? No, Subway Latta, it's not, but I'm talking nonsense. Thanks for saying that, Jamie. You're welcome, Luke Spears. I love you, brother. Wow. I agree, R.E. Powell. Yeah, it was nice to hear it, Luke. Only a few people do. But I agree. I joke sometimes, get back in the closet. But that was back when the monies was, that was back when I thought he needed to act sooner, but on reflection, he did handle it all quite well, and the data says so too. Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you very much, Luke. Thank you very much, everybody in the chat box. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I think a lot of Americans would be better off focusing on it. It's very patronising, isn't it? Me from Scotland telling you, your constitution's important. Your commander-in-chief deserves your loyalty, and the things he's done, right? Judge him on his actions. They've done very good. Look at GameStop, is it testing that level? Look at that! Oh my goodness gracious me, we're a big fan of that. We're a big fan of that working out. If you can break it back above here, you could use this guy. I would rather recycle him than delete him. Come on over here, mate. I hate when that doesn't work. A true breakout would make I have to get back above 25, 28, so looking for the full measured move on this light breakout without it coming back and testing that departure zone would be unusual. If you're looking for it to break out, which, let's face it, it's at the top side of the minute at the minute, so it maybe takes a breath and comes back in again, which could then end up being bad. But if it pushes up, you want to get back above there. If it doesn't, it's likely going to test the departure zone or this guy and then potentially break it like that. If it was breaking up, same way when it broke down, right? You came down here, you were looking for it to test back, and if you were looking for it to break down, which obviously I don't think anyone here is, but you look for a retest of that departure zone and or of the trend line itself, which is something like that. So you would have looked for that sort of a test, the same way you get here. Instead, it just went straight back into the top side because there's no point shorting it here when that breakout itself wasn't even beyond the golden pocket, which is where it typically would turn around from. So shorts would take their foot off the pedal and they wouldn't put it back on again until this 382, which is also probably golden pocket this way. Well, that's 236, so it could easily do that full move actually. I still expected to test a breakout if it didn't go boom right now. But those would be the two areas. this guy's not actually on it. Where was that? Is that the gap? Oh, that's the gap from this morning. Pardon me. 382 is more like, well, whatever, right? It's just going to do that anyway because I drew it, isn't it? Okay, I'll zoom in again and make it see what it's doing. Yeah, so that was the level, and you're really more looking for like that then, and then this should be actually touching that green thing. But there's the departure zone there. That's where it left, and that's the horizontal, so it could still be very similar to that. So that's what we're thinking. 387 viewers. So I don't know if anyone left because I made those comments about political things, but also it was like, you know, I hope people don't think they know who I'd vote for, because I don't have a vote. I'm not in America. It's not my conversation, and I wouldn't have made my mind up yet. I definitely wouldn't have made my mind up yet. Also, a two-party system's a one-party system, and they're all being screwed over by both of those guys and both of their parties, but that's another conversation. Not mine, not talking about it. Right, come on, GameStop, do something interesting to change the subject for me. There's it testing that breakout again, the breakout zone, like this trend line. You want it to hold a 382. If it doesn't, then you'll be looking at retracements back, down again. This 382 comes in at 24.95. Very close to that at the minute. Let's find out what happens. Right. Anybody want help with things via the links? Go for it. See that? See that YouTube themselves, without any moderator or whatever, decided that James Anderson was the bad guy and held it. There's a comment, wouldn't let it through. Volume of shit today, hot is a perfectly acceptable comment, James. Cheapers creepers. The dumbest thing about trading is if you're poor, you can only day trade 3 times a week. Yeah, frozen fears. Yeah, if you're not a high net worth individual, is what it's called over here. America have got their own terminology. If you're not a high net worth individual, although is it similar actually? What are you called in America if you're allowed to day trade? There's a name for you. Here it's a high net worth individual to invest in certain products and services. You're only allowed to if you are that person. And you get tax breaks for it too. America, is there a name for that? There might be, what is it? Yeah, but it's really weird. It's really unfair and weird. I'm down 100. What is one I could trade somewhere else to add GME? Lama, I love the punishment. What is what? Another broker? Is that what you mean? TraceBot. Now that I am aiming to amass all the lips, then can you look at the max paying for it? You betcha! For this week though, I shall do it with this tab. I'll move that over there so I've got things in the right order. Look at that, it looks nice, doesn't it? Istanbul, what an amazing, amazing city Istanbul is. It's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Istanbul's like probably the most amazing city in the one of the most maybe the most amazing city in the world. It's got everything. Le max pain is 50 cents. Le max pain is 50 cents. Put call ratio 1, so that's quite healthy. Similar amount of calls, similar amount of puts. Highest input strike 50, highest input strike $1. Because there's nothing less than 50 cents to buy, obviously. The $1, that's where the longs, the shorts 50 cents, that's where they are. Put call ratio is 1 to 1, and it's max pain is 50 cents. It's because of this clunky calculation. Stock price at 57. There's not all that much to be learned from that with the put to call ratio bang on 1. You know, that would be where a lot of the information like that has a dynamic, you know, which you would apply to all of this. I mean, that is that, but it would apply to this and this. But it's something we'll be keep an eye on, obviously. But there's no real trading knowledge being handed to us from that. GameStop's trying to actually do the wave. I mean, this is what it looked like beforehand, so you can see it's like actually trying to do that, which makes me feel weird when that happens. But then it happens a lot, so I should stop it. I should stop feeling weird. Do you know much about the history of Munster? There's a strong area of support here. Obviously, it's a zone. You had liquidity gaps and whatnot. Both places it tried to. First time it tried to conquer it, and then when it did, both times you got gaps. You had your golden pocket retracements. Subsequently, we've had 382. 4-hour time frame, you know, people might say that's a buy the dip opportunity because the way it's rising up. I've got a double top there, but then you've had the retracement that you would expect from that already. So like it's already had it. There is obviously the potential for this breakdown to continue, and then it would get in at around this 50% retracement, which would probably be a buy. but you'd have to be cautious because it would be double top rolling over, and at that area would be a strong test. And if it doesn't hold, then it slips down to 44 golden pocket retracement, and at that point you're questioning what it's going to do because it's back in this previous formation on daily. It's hard to rule out the fact that that looks like, you know, it's a strong stock, and then on the weekly time frame, right, this monster is very strong, right? You could call me Nvidia, right? Look at it. Oh, I've got a visitor. Back in a moment. Welcome back to the show, everybody. Volume's certainly been going down on average and in a clear trend. Most of the price action recently has been in and around the gap that was left at the open. Back here. And then the various fib levels within that move that took you back into the channel and to the top side also relevant. Have I missed anything that anybody's asked? Kitties never die. Jamie, are you still a live person? Yes, the critical meowler. I am a real live person. Very much so a live person. I meowed. Dance, monkey, dance. I'm going to get jump scared when he unmutes. I was very calm and aware of that potential. Thanks, Daniel. And yes, Sarah, there was that moment that was a top highlight on the stream. Howdy, Brian. Yes, maybe, Josh. Maybe. Thank you, Will. Bing bong. So, sideways price action. This being a buy, because GameStop recovered and pushed back above the gap, means that a lot of people would see this as a support level. Especially having recovered twice. Push into these areas and no further. Not able to make it back above that 236 is what, the 786. I mean, it loves the 786, right? It's golden pocket. It's the bottom of the 618. And so you keep getting bounces at the 236, the 618, which is also this 236. And not enough conviction on either side of the trade to really push it significant distances. Other things today, Bitcoin. Clear level of support there at 64.3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Clear level of support on a 15-minute time frame. I suppose it's just this. Lots of barcoding on Bitcoin. Ethereum 3,410 having hit that 3,350 area with previous low. There's an awful lot of selling pressure there. It's unusual. Nvidia 126.60 pushing higher, especially recently. AMC, no gap. Still these previous lows here. Similar to GameStop, the previous lows, resistance now, what was support. GameStop has these same areas. The thing with this is that GameStop The volatility that you're likely to see in an options chain and the intense theta decay that's coming for those contracts doesn't actually require price to do anything in particular, because so much of the open interest is at $30. So this is the node at 30, where there's an awful lot of long contracts. 25, with the theta decay, means that a lot of these contracts close, so as soon as price makes it above 25 and they're in the money, a lot of the long side option contracts close. And there's 330,000 shares there. So a third of a million. And that third of a million is incentivized to close as soon as price pushes above 25. Average volume's 90 million. Volume today 31 million. So that's a percentage chunk, that 300,000 there on that open interest node. And it's not just these people at 30, or sorry, these at 25, but these at 30, a lot of them, that's 700,000 shares. They're also incentivized to close, especially if they bought them cheaper than this price, which a lot of people did. And likewise, all of these targets. Now, this is just silly here. Likewise, this is very silly. There's 1 million shares, 500,000 shares, 500,000 shares, 500,000 shares. Adds up to millions and millions of shares. And then similar there, 200,000. There, 700,000, that's another million pretty much, plus that 300,000, that is another million. So there's millions and millions and millions of shares trying to get out of these positions, which is all selling pressure. And the first node at 25, that's a significant area for it, which weighs on price. Underneath, you'd have to get to 20 for the shorts to close, which would cause buy-in pressure and likely then be support. So it's only 600,000 shares, but that's significant. Below 25, there's 230,000 shares. So at any given time, there is below 25, anywhere below this 236, a 50% retracement on this low to high. When price gets in around these levels, a lot of buying pressure comes from those short side of the option chain trying to close a position which might not be profitable come Friday. And knowing that markets are closed tomorrow, they know they've only got Thursday and Friday, and typically would look to manage a position on a Wednesday at the latest. So that's today then. You'd bring that forward. You'd certainly say the second half of today would be the Wednesday for these people that would typically close on a Wednesday. So there's buying pressure below this line, and then there's buying pressure back above this line, anywhere back above 25. So you've got to include the premium that people paid before they're likely to close the contract, which means that it's up here, these sort of prices it's at now, where the buying pressure kicks in again. And that will intensify towards the end of the day. This volume here, 31 million, that's significantly below the average volume over the past 30 days of 90 million. So there's only a third of the typical volume. And a significant percentage chunk of it is that open interest on the chain closing out. Which is why when price is above those levels, you get the volume spikes, or below those levels, you get these volume spikes. Which is like there on the red, see the average at 6.197. So you're talking a few thousand shares sold every minute at these levels, and a few thousand bought every minute at these levels. But you would quickly go through 600,000 shares. If the average is 6,000 a minute, which it is here, you know, it only takes 100 minutes. So an hour and 3/4. An hour and 3/4 to close out the short side. Those short buying. So, you know, it's not like you get rid of all of the open interest to the downside and that's good for GameStop. It means that the buying pressure below 25 is gone from the chain. And with the nature of the previous moves, that risk is really on. You know, you're asking this to break above a golden pocket when a large group of market participants are incentivized to sell the hell out of it up here, and similarly, until it's all gone, buy it down here. And then the previous gap open, meaning there's resistance and support is hinted at already before price action even opened for the day. You know, that's being confirmed here in traders' behavior. It's also true then when you look at price action on the 15-minute or the hourly as well, you can see that these volume spikes have come in and mostly when price has been pushing to the top side, right? As it started to fall down again while there was still volume, it was lessening as price was going down. And all of these spikes are on the rise up, right? Gain on a rise. Spike gain towards these peaks. That's where there's more people willing to buy and sell the thing. We've been looking at it on these smaller time frames, but here on the minute, you can really see how much that's constrained price action since 5:45, 7:30. 3 hours of price action in this really tight range. Have you got GameStop trades on? Why is the volume so low today? Well, if price drives price, millions and millions, God, you're right there, God. If price drives price and price isn't moving much, then it's not enthusiastic, it's not inspiring price to do much. People typically don't like Tuesdays or any intra-week day where you're going to have a holiday. It's, you know, nobody likes it on a Monday or a Friday either, but it's even worse on a Wednesday. When a holiday falls on a Wednesday, it ruins Tuesday. Ruins Tuesdays, and then SPY itself, it's not actually moved very much. You know, it's not massively distinct from what you're seeing on GameStop generally, that chart and that chart. This is going to do it again, resistance and then back to support. You've got these little areas it probably goes through. So it's about the reason to buy or the reason to sell, and most of those reasons this week apply to the option chain, and that option chain activity is counter to price action starting to form a trend. You know, in that if it was ever to try and make a higher high, the option chain people are interested in selling, and if it was ever trying to make a lower low, they're interested in buying. So that constrains price, and it's been doing it all day. So this lack of a range and the lack of a trend put off traders because it reduces their likelihood of being correct, and even if they're right, it's not going to go that far. So people think to themselves, well, I could trade something else, or I could keep my powder dry. And clearly the option chain resolution that we'll see on Friday could have a strong impact. You know, Thursday and Friday there'll be an awful lot of option contracts unwinding or closing, and the only ones that close in the money are the open interest calls in a year, which are super low, way less than the buys that would need to close out sales. It's also true to say that a lot of the volume we've seen in the past 2 months has been complementing option trades, or option trades have been taken as insurance over those underlying, over the shares. So without that enthusiasm on the chain to take a position to open, has meant that other people are able to see there's riskier, there's a lower range, and that there's probably a better opportunity coming later in the week for there to be a period of volatility that really does move prices. Next week, it flips the other way around, where the option chain, it's the shorts that have been a bit daft, like $10. Sure, that's all possible, but that's more realistic. And there's not really anything above 25. You know, there's no... It all very much seems like hedging, with there being nothing up here short. I mean, there's nothing at all. These are all one person. Not all one person, but like each of these nodes is just a couple of traders max taking shorts in the money. It doesn't speak to a great conviction on the short side. None of this does. Apart from this still 2-1 long to short, and again that means that there'll be twice as many contracts closing out with sales as there would be closing out with buys. So all of these contracts are in the danger zone. Steve, it's neither a buy or a sell in this range. It needs to break convincingly up or down to give you a sensible trade, because it's in a no trade zone on the technicals, because of the gap, because of the higher high, the lower low, the sideways price action, and the fact that it broke bullishly out of a bearish channel. Everything is a mixed bag. The open interest shows that you're between two important nodes, so there is no buy or sell here. right? Like below 20, sure. 25, it's not a high note, but it's where both buys and sells are. And 30, it's not a high note, but similar situation. And so in at 25, anything below it, shorts incentivized to close. Anything above it, longs incentivized to close. And just like you've got that incentivized in people either side of 25 here, you've got like no reason to trade it until it's above or below 25, which is it's prevented from getting to by people closing out those contracts, which might not normally have as much of an impact on price, but when you're only doing 6,000 contracts a minute, which is what's happening with this low volume, while it does only take 100 minutes to close out all of those short side interest, it's just not going to happen every minute that they'll be doing those 6,000. Now it's coming up to the last hour of the day, it's much more likely those people will be start doing those sort of things. So really they're not doing it every minute, and there's only been so many minutes where it's been low enough that they've been able to take advantage, right? In around here in the morning when there wasn't as much intense theta decay as you've seen now, way more intense. And so it's only been here for like, what was that period of time there? 12, 5, that's 12 minutes, 1 minute. Because we've only really had 13 minutes where that 6,000 volume wouldn't have been an anomaly, wouldn't have then noticed, and wouldn't have been a profit signaling mechanism to a different trader. So we've only had 13 minutes. And within those 13 minutes and this really scant volume, it's very difficult to hide your actions. So they'll be waiting for power hour where the volume would pick up and there might be a stronger sense of trend, in which case you'd be able to make moves without being seen as easily, certainly without being as impactful on the price yourself. So that's why it is. The question was Steve Gazan. That's what I would think. Shaw personally shows your portfolio, comma. What's the rest of that sentence mean? There's a full moon, we should buy. Price drops, we buy. Right away, volume's high, buy. Low, buy. Price starts to climb fast, we FOMO. Glazer edits crowdsourcing his portfolio there. What do you guys think that Glazer edits should do with all of his money? Sean Carpenter, Trace Bond. When puts and price gets low, what will they buy? Shares, more puts, or calls? Well, the expiry is this week. So all of these contracts are going to expire worthless on Friday at close. And there's no Wednesday, so they've only got Thursday and Friday to do it. And so any professional trader knows that you're trying to manage risk. And let's assume that this is a sophisticated group of traders, because they should only be trading options if they are. And even if they aren't, they'll be aware of their own anxiety when price moves into profit, and they'll be closing it. So what they do is they close those positions, and they close a short by buying, and you close a long by selling on option chain. To close a long position, right, you'd have to sell because it's long. So it's a long side trade, so you'd have to sell to close it. So it's selling pressure, and that comes in at the top, and the closing pressure from the shorts is buys, and it comes in at the bottom. And they close the trades. It's not like they were incentivized to buy more. Nobody's interested in buying option contracts that's a serious trader unless they're already got a position somewhere else that they're mitigating, or they have really strong conviction. Nobody's buying option contracts when there's 3 days left in the week. You manage the position you've currently got open, right? That's what I've been talking about for the last couple of weeks. And so on a Wednesday, that would typically when that happens. Because there is no Wednesday, it moves forward to the Tuesday rather than back to the Thursday, because Wednesday is chosen because of the theta decay. And that theta decay you'd normally see on a Wednesday instead happens on Tuesday afternoon. So Tuesday afternoon is really a proxy now for Wednesday. Wednesday onwards, you don't open option contracts. Typically, you start managing those already open by maybe taking more, but only to manage that position, and likely not, more likely closing it. And these are option contracts that expire this week, right? This is this week. It's not like the whole option chain forever and ever. You have to go through the dates. It's just this week. So everybody who's trading is incentivized to stop their option trades above 25 and stop those option trades and close them out below 25. Traders themselves are looking at the technicals and looking at this gap here from open and saying that this is resistance and this is where it opens, and when price is above the open there where it moved down from is support. And so price just bounces between these levels, support resistance, partly because of the technicals that would define anyone who is trading, or algorithms to follow that, extrapolate that trend, which is not up or down, it's sideways. So option contracts, technicals, everything suggests that price is just going to keep bouncing here. And the volume that we looked at is coming in on the spikes to the top side, and that's for every buy there's a sell. Option contracts, closing those down, introducing a sell. There's enthusiasm in the market, so they're being bought up, but that's the shares being bought up that the option chain's closing down. And open interest speaks to derivative contracts, not actual shares. So what they're doing, Sean, is what most people would do in their position is closing out those positions, closing them out. What else did I see? Hey Jimmy, I asked earlier if you would look at NDRA and had to go take care of something. So did I, Matt. If you're looking at other tickers during this live, I'm trying to learn, and it looks good to me on the 4 hour. That's cool. That's cool. Have you thought about a formalized learning program? There's also this link at the top. If anyone wants me to look at anything, I'll get to it. I have Kitty's Never Died chipped in $5 to see if I was a live person or not. And Diana put in $1.99 earlier to thank me. AK came a Fiend member, and so did the chap's name, Soya Boy. So Soya Boy and AK, welcome to the team, new members. Great to have you. If you're trying to learn, Matt, what are you trying to learn? Give me a shout what you're trying to learn. The AC in our house keeps breaking. That's terrible, Sarah. 90 degrees in Baltimore this week. 90 degrees Fahrenheit in Baltimore. What does that mean in Britain? Let me just let me get up my weather calculator. $32 degrees, that's roasting hot, so it is roasting hot. Not sure I'm a fan of that. Wet towels on your head, that's what it calls for. And so you're back at this support area now. Chances are it just bounces again, right? Like, the idea that it would break down is slightly more likely than it would break to the top side, because there's twice as many buys longs as there are shorts, and so the shorts would have eventually closed out those positions, and it could just then quickly drop down to 20, where these guys would want to close out their positions, and there's twice as many, more than twice, maybe 3 times as many here nearly. Shorts at this area, and if price was to dip below 20 or even on approach to 20, you get loads of buys coming in, because these people would be cycling out of the option chain, closing those positions because they're finally in the money, or at least approaching profit for that person, and so they close them, and closing them down means buying because it's a short, so it's just a buying pressure, so then it catches price again. It's true to say that there's less shorts than longs. So in this low volume period, it's much easier for the shorts to get out and not be impacting prices much. And so if it does break here, then it could easily be that price goes on and tests $20. Place where it would do that at, until such times as it establishes some new sort of formation on the charts, is back towards the $20 level. It's so far away here. It's so far away. Where is this green line coming from? That's the idea of this does make a dramatic move down. It could easily be in a channel and you might look for it to test 21.30, but prices move beyond those periods now and could well be approaching this level, but it would take till the end of the week based on the x-axis there. Congratulations, Sen Kitas. So those people with these calls can't really benefit from taking puts because the price has been constricted to where they bought the call. They're stuck, money lost. Well, it depends where they bought it at, L Baker. So if you bought option contracts and you were trying to go long and you bought them at, say, this price, $22, and you bought a $25 call, you'll have been paying for the premium for those contracts, and that'll include the time value, and that time value is how much time there is between now and when they expire, when those contracts expire, when the right to buy those things no longer applies to you. So that time value is considerably reduced back from here. This was still today, but it's considerably reduced now. And if you'd bought them, say, here on Friday last week, then you've got crushed on time decay, absolutely crushed. So most of the time value in that premium that you were buying, most of it is now from last Friday gone, right? Because today's Tuesday, it's closing, there's no Wednesday, which means there's only a little bit of Tuesday, 1 hour, power hour starting now, and then Thursday and Friday, right? So there's only 3 days left. But when you bought it, there was Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 days. So half that value's gone. And that's talking about this node at 25. And price has been quite frequently above that level. So if you were buying these contracts at any of these places, you've also got less time value in the thing. So your premium is lowered because there's less time between now and by the time you bought it and when it's going to end. So your time value is down, but you're in the money at this point. You're buying contracts that were in the money above $25, which means that you were paying a really hefty premium because the risk was much lower that it wouldn't finish in the money, and the time value wasn't as important because it's already in the money. So it has less of a volatile impact than contracts that are out of the money, which is why people buy in the money or out of the money. Is partly, they pay more for one that's in the money because it's already potentially going to be, it looks like it's already going to finish above the strike price, which means that if you were to exercise, you'd be getting the shares cheaper than you would be if you just bought them yourself on the market, right? Which is at a higher price than your strike. And so you could just buy by exercising and then increase your position while lowering your entry compared to buying it on an open market and buying the shares that way. So depending on when they bought it, they could just be like stuck themselves. But being stuck isn't really glue. It's like the psychological aspect, like the money's already gone, right? You know, it's real money and it's really gone, and it's not glue. It's your psychology trapping you in trades. When if you could just, you know, take what you were getting for those contracts rather than let them expire worthless, that'd be better for you. But people don't like doing that with option trades because they are so far away from their initial investment, cause a time decay. And most people that have been buying these option contracts recently haven't got a lot of experience of trading options, so they're learning about this. And not only are they learning about it relatively recently, they're learning about it in a really high cost environment, because the option chain on GameStop is one of the most expensive in the world for what you're getting. You know, the price you pay for premium to be in the money on GameStop is so much more than you'd pay for all the things. So it's an expensive option to trade GameStop, which is even worse for anybody who bought like option contracts back up at around 46 and that sort of thing. So, you know, me and the gang, if you're buying live person, for example, and you know you're doing it on a time weighted event rather than a price weighted average, then you might just be buying it once a day every day, or once a week every week. And the ideal time to be buying it then is potentially towards close, you know, when all of these other people and all their other positions and that are already exhausted all of their possible options and have then made a decision. It's that money isn't going to be impacting price anymore, and it isn't going to be used to absorb any move you make on the market. And so people would just buy it in the last few minutes of the day, with what, you know, especially if it's something that's trading less than $1 and you've got like $3 or $4 there from whatever reason, you know, other trades you're doing or whatever. People just, right, there you go, you chuck that in there. And so that's the similar casual, flippant way of handling things that is for a reason. It's not trivial, it's for a reason there on LPSN. But with GameStop, it's a similar casual nature to like what people are going to end up doing, because it's the same way, like, oh, that money, I can't do anything, I can't fix it, I can't deal with it, there's nothing I can do. You know, I'll take what I'm going to give here, whatever people will give me, because it'll be less on Thursday. You know, it will be less. So that's what people are thinking there. And then the opening range itself wasn't inspiring anybody for a directional trade, you know, like pushing down, then recovering, being above the gap, but like testing back towards that top side of what was previously a gap. It speaks to like a weakness, because it should be that if it closes a gap and then exceeds what would have been previously resistance, you would anticipate volume coming in, traders spotting a trend, algorithms back in that direction, and price potentially continuing up to the top side. But like this nature of a low volume day and the option chain being so busy and the need to unwind it because today's the day before a holiday, which comes midweek, and that midweek holiday being right when you would otherwise manage those option contracts, means that price is stuck. You know, price is stuck because those traders are incentivized to act in a way that traps it in a range. So the traders aren't exactly trapped, you know, and the only thing that can trap you as a trader is your psychology. You know, you're as able to sell at any time as you are able to buy, and any losses are real, and they've, you know, that money is gone. If it's recover, then that'd be different money and different time. So that's the way it is. Anyway, price action there falling back down again outside of that range it's been stuck in for a while. Come in and test these previous lows. Back to this zone. We've made this a zone. We didn't want to make it a line, because it also does go down as like far as 24.30 and 24.45 sort of area at the top side. You know, it could easily slip into these areas and then bounce back into that freaking gap again, like super easy, because of the fact that like all these guys, all the short guys here, can I get it to just show that there? Yeah, the 230,000, they're incentivized to buy it again, right? Especially anyone who would be in the, like, not necessarily in the money, but would be in profit with having got this put at $20. It doesn't have to be in the money for you to be making money. Because it's only premium you pay for these things. Means that they have an impact. So, and you're not getting, like, even right now, you're not getting any volume. So it need to break that range. And like this previous high coming in, testing these other highs that were confluent with the downward sloping trend. And here, this low, looking left, is this previous level of resistance, first level of support. We also looked at the Fibonacci there a couple of times. We've drawn this out and seen that it's the top side of a golden pocket again. Price there again. It's in oversold territory. If anyone is looking at their option contract, they see that, they take it as a sign that potentially price is going to bounce, and they're in the money now. A lot of them would close it. A lot of them would if they're on 25. If they're on 20, it all depends on when they bought it and so on. But what's the rest of the questions? You know how GME is controlled by algorithms? Is your TA based on that? Adeb Awad. Well, these algorithms, right, they're not biker mice from Mars. They're algorithms dictated by human beings on how price should respond under certain circumstances and conditions. And they live in a dynamic universe just like you do, which is also controlled by human beings. So there's a difference here between algorithmic trading and a discretionary trader. An algorithm executes on behalf of the trader who employs that algorithm. And a discretionary trader does it more with their own clicks. But they both trade on technical analysis. And the best algorithms are the purest expression of technical decisions. Now, multifaceted algorithms might include strange or unusual heuristics and may target things like earnings calls and words said and social media sentiment and so on. But all of those things are also seen as technical artifacts on the charts, and all of these algorithms specify those things when they're operating, and those things are technical artifacts on the chart. They're real, actual bits of data that the chart gives you. So that's what I would say. I would say anything that's controlled by algorithms is actually controlled by humans. That technical analysis is agnostic as to whether you're a computer or a human being pursuing that discipline. And so it's really a non-statement to say that price is controlled by algorithms. It's a non-statement, if you know what I mean. It doesn't contain any value, nor does it actually say anything, right? And I'm not trying to be critical of you there, Adoop. I'm saying everything is impacted by the world around it, especially price. And if we're talking about future price, which is what you're saying, because you're saying it's controlled, then you're talking about the future of price. The future of price is a 5-dimensional probability space. And so similarly to your own consciousness, it's a quantum sum, and it's only determined on the resolution of that quantum sum. So the same way the leaves blowing on the tree outside my flat can be right now expressed by an algorithm, so too can price. But it's very difficult to say that that algorithm is controlling the price, or even less realistic to say that that algorithm is controlling the leaves and their fluttering. It might describe it. It might be one way of approaching working out where those leaves are going to be depending on the next direction and strength of the wind. But it's not like algorithms control the price. And as you'll be aware, there have been occasions where algorithms have a greater impact on price, and that's noticed by regulators, and that attracts the ire of these particular entities. So regulators will say and intervene when algorithms are actually controlling price in a way that's negative to market efficiency, which might include a news-based event on a really low liquidity period when it's obvious and there's a strong consensus behind the direction of price. And then algorithms jump in, then the volatility increases, the range of price increases, more algorithms jump in, certain technical factors are triggered, trend is established, the pace of price picks up, more algorithms pick in, and then other people see that the volume is now confirming the trend, a direction of price is established, and they jump in. And you can get price moving 20, 30, 40, 50%. And that's why when algorithmic trading and high frequency trading became more popular, then halts were introduced so that the volatility in any given period would not detract from price stability. So these are facts. How you describe the world around you in that sense then, when you say algorithms control the price, more speaks about how you view the world than it does accurately describe why price moves the way it does. So that's hopefully helpful. You know how GME is controlled by algorithms. Is your TA based on that? I feel like short hedge funds and market makers still completely control the price. So short hedge funds, which is Citadel likely you're talking about, and market makers, which the market maker seat for GameStop on NYSE is held by Citadel. So Citadel have the market maker seat and they're a directional hedge fund, and they have oversight over price. They say that they're air gapped, but this is the same people in the same office, and you can get up and eat your cheese sandwich standing next to them. So what's the air gap, right? Where's the air gap? So you're right in that market makers, designated market makers, who are part of a directional hedge fund, present a clear conflict of interest. But Citadel themselves, while heavily employing algorithms and high frequency trading, much more rely on the discretionary decisions of their traders that operate the market making seats, much more than say GTS, who are the next biggest market maker and are pure algorithms. So market makers controlling price and directional hedge funds controlling price, with GameStop as your primary example, you would be hard pressed then to say that it's algorithms controlling GameStop more than algorithms controlling stocks traded on the NASDAQ, right? So while the market maker role is abused more, and allegedly, and this is strong suspicions, that the market maker role is abused more on NYSE, it's actually algorithms have more of an impact on NASDAQ. So that's like context for you to help you understand and formulate ideas about price in future. TA is based upon price action no matter the cause, and it works just the same. That's 100% true from KT there. Hype's dead. It's been an exciting couple of weeks though. Hype is dead. Hype is dead. There's definitely a larger and more virulent conversation when the option chain is extremely busy, because there's more money on the line, more money that could expire worthless, more velocity behind those contracts than there would be behind price itself, because they present asymmetric risk and reward, and it fuels the conversation more. It's also true to say that when Roaring Kitty was sharing his position, that there would be then more fluctuation when he had something in shares and something in options. So hype maybe is on a lower ebb, but that's more to do with the volume and frequency of people talking about GameStop, as opposed to any genuine change at the business itself. So I understand what you're saying, and I would agree with it, but it's important to put it in terms of, like, this is hype that's created by option traders, which isn't related to the business, but is to do with market participants, compared to hype that could come from the business themselves, talking about strategic direction of their plan or their commitment to it, or the goals of the CEO going forward with regards to the strategic objectives, or the owner increasing his share again so that the previous dilution doesn't have a negative impact on his ownership stake, which would suggest he's interested in retaining control of the company, even if he isn't signposting where they're going next. Because if GameStop's price does fall down to, say, $10, then somebody can come along, buy chunks of GameStop, be exposed to the potential benefit of that 4 billion, and not have to actually have 4 billion. And so, especially and in particular, if that person is BlackRock and already owns, 8 million, whatever. State Street owns 7 million. Can't remember what BlackRock own now. But like, if these millions of shares already give you a potential ownership stake, and increasing it by a certain amount would mean you had the controlling interest over the 4 billion, then you would obviously see that as a vulnerability in your own wealth if you were Ryan Cohen. So if there's a genuine plan there, he doesn't want to tell people if he is going to increase his position, because it would make the shares more expensive. Also, it would mean that somebody else might come in and try and buy them, not just him, and pushing the price up again, making it more expensive. And it's also true to say that if price does drop down enough, then it creates a vulnerability, right? It does create a vulnerability because he owns now less than 10%, and other people already own significant chunks of this business. So it presents an opportunity for another market participant who believes more in GameStop to take it off his hands, and he's left that open there. It's a fact that he's left that possibility open, and a lot of participants would look at that and say, that doesn't speak confidence, that doesn't speak volumes about his conviction in GameStop, even if he's got a good plan. And so there's this period, this window of uncertainty over Ryan Cohen's objectives and his true conviction in them, which isn't a criticism of his ability to execute the plan or of his past history involving GameStop at all. Not at all a criticism of him at all. In any way is it a criticism. It's a reality on the vulnerabilities that you're exposed to when you're in his position, based on how investment banks might look at that big pot of money and think, well, can I create some circumstances where I have ownership? And so that's something to pay attention to. It's very much dampened, that any anxiety you might have there, by the fact that Ryan Cohen isn't taking a salary. And that's maybe, more why he isn't taking a salary is as a sign of his belief in the business, as opposed to some altruistic pinko commie idea where he's just going to work for free, right? Which is clearly not what any rich, smart person decides to do when they could be making hundreds, if not millions of dollars a year, hundreds of thousands. So that's, good information. It might help you understand his position and perspective better. I can make it like I control the leaves, though. Well, it'd be tough to do it with leaves, right? Because it's a big tree, that tree in particular. It's a nice big tree. Nice red leaves. And it's nice to have that outside your window. That particular tree is an ornamental fig tree. An ornamental fig tree that was born in 1970s and is about 50 years old. And you don't get that many big red-leaved ornamental fig trees in the centre of town. And this is a walking city, so you get to walk all around and see lovely trees. Do you think we'll have big announcements from GameStop before the week's end? LTH, I don't know. Why would you be speculating on that? I mean, why would we? I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why we could. And me saying whether I think they will or they won't isn't all that significant. I can tell you that if you're looking for M&A activity, Ryan Cohen's already said during the shareholder meeting that he's unlikely to do it when there's unusual conditions in the stock market, different for the last 40 years. The low interest that you're getting on borrowing money is something that was an anomaly and unlikely to return anytime soon. And in those conditions, it's good to have cash on hand because it makes you stronger as a business. The question then is, why isn't he securing ownership over that by increasing his proportion to 10%? So if you think big news being Ryan Cohen increasing his position size, that's possible. Of course, that's possible. Big news in terms of M&A activity, that's unlikely. We talked about that earlier in today's show. The reasons why and how that's been clearly communicated, by the board. And so in terms of big news coming, you'd have to tell me what type of news, right? And I could give you, well, that's possible, and this isn't going to happen. And I've already done it really there in those broad brush strokes. Eric, he knows a lot of inconvenient truths. Who's this? We need to put him in a suitcase and chuck it in the bath. Who is the algorithm guy we were talking about? He sounds shady. Eric, exactly. Failed presidential candidate. All other than price, volume, and time is noise, I think. Yes, so the dimensions of price, that's what technical analysis is, the dimensions of price. All the various dimensions of price. Momentum, that's one of them. Rate of change, that's another. Some people call it acceleration, but that's not a technical description. Y2K literally happened because nobody thought to code in the past the year 2000. Was it not because nobody thought to add in more than 100 years to the base code? So that the clocks on the computer only had 100. And so when it ticked over, 99 to then 100, the two numbers were 0, 0. And people thought that would cause some sort of a abstract, non-articulated problem in the computer clock, which would then have some implications for software programs. As opposed to being nobody thought the year would get past the year 2000. Nobody even thought we'd get nobody even thought computers needed to have anything beyond 100 years in the bottom clock. It might be what it is. Might be. I had that tree and my landlord chopped it down. Fortnite Chilies. Your landlord chopped it down? Well, that's his prerogative, right? Good old landlords. They're really good at making, awesome landlords are awesome at marketing, aren't they? As a group of people. Arne Mammilia, with the most recent 75 million at the market offering, could he have privately purchased some of those and not announced it yet? I suppose you're talking about Ryan Cohen there, LTH, because I was talking about him in response to one of the potential news events that you might have been hinting at. Could he have privately purchased some of those and not announced it yet? No, because the shareholder meeting coming up, the at the market offering itself being announced by the company, it needs to finish before he's able to do stuff that material impacts the ownership share of an insider. And so he isn't able to take advantage of that in that way. Privately. Him. But when you say privately, that's a confusing term, because what do you mean privately? Without telling anyone? I mean, it's the public market, it's not private equity. it's a public market. So the only way he could have done it privately, I think what you mean, is using an investment vehicle. If he himself is like the singular owner of that investment vehicle or the majority owner, then likewise he still couldn't have done it. He could have, and is often done in, say, for example, in PLCs here in Britain, is that you can create an entity which you don't own all of, but which you have warrants for and loan money to, which will then trigger until and you would then take majority ownership share of, should the price of your investment vehicle reach a certain level. And you can do swaps. People use that as swaps. And so you can obfuscate your buying by having this swap contract, which is the other half of rests with an investment vehicle, and should certain share prices reach a certain level, you would swap, they would swap their income, whatever they're using on the other side of the swap, for what you become your shares. And so you could acquire more shares that way, but you couldn't do it if you were the largest shareholder or had a controlling interest in the investment vehicle, which is what Ryan Cohen already has. So I don't think he can do that. Tradespot, would you look at ACHR? I will have a quick look at ACHR. It's just going sideways. It's just going sideways. There was a lot of volume on this tick down. Apart from that, not much else is going on unless this thing's moving to the top side. Because it's brokerage, they also got a banking license. Are you even able to short? Oh, this is the Schwab's. This isn't Schwab. This is their ETF. Intermediate term US Treasury ETF. Why do you want me to look at Schwab's ETF of the treasuries in particular? And what do you want to do with it? I mean, you're actually trading it down at, you're not, are you? You're just asking me stuff that you think's interesting. Well, it's not particularly interesting, it's just going sideways. I suspect that that's what you're talking about. And Matt Farr, who had some questions because he's trying to learn, but then he left to come back and asked the question again. And I interacted with Matt, but I don't think he's watching because he didn't get back to me in the chat box. Would you not expect more volume since people are trying to get rid of option because of no trading tomorrow? How long have you been watching, JMac? I've explained why the price is controlled by certain factors, and those factors put off traders because there's no established trend and there's no reason it would go one way or the other. So it reduces market participants' impact, and there's been so much more volume on average than would be necessary just to get out of those positions, that the fact that volume's dropping and there's no reason to enter the market and there's no clear way to manage your risk, and because the week is shorter than normal, that you would definitely not expect more volume. I mean, you would expect a lot less. I hope I explained it properly to people who were listening. You might have saying you weren't listening, you might not have been here, JMac. Everyone's wanting an announcement that says something like, you will be rich, but we are in the long game now, building up a company, strengthening the foundation, can't focus on dates. In my opinion, but I know nothing. Good points, Adrian. Legend, I was busy the last few days, so what will happen in the next few days about the price of GameStop? It will float between $30 and $20, probably closer to $25, and it'll close out. Will GME continue its downward trend to maximize profits for shorts, says AK. Well, on the short-term time frames, there is a downward trend. On the weekly and above, there's an upward trend. On the yearly sort of picture, you're looking at downward trend. And so there's a degree of ambiguity as to what the trend is, and the dominant trend on the time frames that control the oscillations in price and are most used by that side of the trade driving price. So if the bulls are driving price, what oscillations on what time frame does it come back to the clear levels of support where it would be bulls buying it again because they're incentivized to do so? And what's the other way around, where would it, if it's a downtrend, what's the time frame where those oscillations most reach resistance that's suitable for a shortened position over and over consistently again, at which point you would get an impression of the trend that's driving price, the market participants that have got the most impact on price, and so the dominant market participants. And that always continues until it doesn't. And Rocky Outcrop's got a really good way of describing this. It is what it is until it is what it isn't. And bearing in mind that the future of price is a 5-dimensional probability space and the quantum wave hasn't yet collapsed, we can only talk about what we know to be true. And there are facts, and those facts are that whoever's winning today is probably going to win tomorrow. The more they win, the less impact the other side of the trade could have. You put in SCHR. They said ACHR. Thank you very much for that help. ACHR, please. Alrighty. Trace point. She doesn't want to trade it. Is the problem. I just crashed a big MU option. You think there's potential in it to buy more? I don't know, Adrian. Trace point, not SCHR. Okay, not SCHR, ACHR. Pardon me. Archer Aviation. Ooh, barcode in there. Ooh. Oh, look, we've looked at this before. We've looked at this before. Well, that was pretty good. That all worked out to be true. Everything's brilliant. Oh my goodness gracious me. You're in the bearish control zone. It's in the downward sloping trend. That trend could be expressed by that wedge if you're going on bodies. It could be a channel if you talk about wicks. Price action is in the bottom half of the channel. It's the bottom side of the wedge. The formation itself is potentially bullish. I don't know if that's a proper... That's not a real... That should be more like that. If it does break up, you'd be looking at that. If it breaks down, you'd be looking at that. And the way this is looking, it's a harmonic. That's a 382. You would want it deeper if it was a bat. You've got an XABC here. If you have XABC in this, and they're D's. ABCD pattern, yeah, you got it here. So you put your A, your B, your C, your D. And you've got your M on top of price action. Now you could easily break to the top side, and at this point you'd be looking for a 382 again. Your 382 comes in around that measured move. Maybe you're looking at 50%. 50% also makes sense because of your B point here. And often that's what you get with these things, is this B becomes resistance here, and that being the measured move from inside this formation means that if it does break to the top side at 306, you'd be looking at resistance at 4.40, and if it breaks down at 886 at $1.99, $2. So that's that. Unless you've got specific questions about it, I don't know what you want me to tell you, but that's me looking at it and giving you valuable information, but I don't know what you want to know. So it's better if you give me your entry, your exit, your stop loss, and your reason for taking the trade, and then I can critique it brilliantly and really help you. So GameStop falling out of that formation now, coming back down, test this zone. It's got bullish divergence on 3 touches of it, so either it collapses, fucking afraid of saying it. The algorithms aren't... I'm Jamie's in the kitchen. Jamie's in the kitchen. Doesn't matter, the algorithms don't look to see whether I'm in the kitchen. You just want to hear if I'm in the kitchen. I'm in the kitchen. Jamie's in the kitchen. I'm in the kitchen. Do I actually have to go in the kitchen? I can't be bothered. I'm in the kitchen. Oh, shit, I shouldn't have said that. I totally can be bothered. Don't even make me really go in the kitchen. Look, I'm in the kitchen, Price. At this stage you would be in the kitchen, right, Price? I'm in the kitchen. It really doesn't care. I'm in the kitchen still. I still am in the kitchen. This is the 3rd touch of bullish divergence. If you draw a trend line between there, you might see it needs, like, Jamie needs to be in the kitchen for longer. Why did it not give me my line? Yeah, it could come a little bit lower. And then we've got this 23.90 idea here, and the 886 from this formation is at a 786 here. So GameStop loves a 786 at the minute, so it could just go back up, but you know, it could chin. I'm in the kitchen. If it does lower than 23.90, 23.89, that's totally where it's going. If it goes higher, then it can just go back to this previous breakdown at 24.76 to 24.90. Which you should do because I'm in the kitchen. Haha! I'm in the kitchen, price! Aha! And now I'm in the chat box. My favourite tool, the rubber band gun. They're pretty good. Hi, I'm here. I was asking about NDRA. And is it possible for a wedge breakout? A wedge breakout, NDRA. Yo, Matt, good to see you. Endra Life Sciences, right? Yeah, biotech. How long has this company been around? Good. Good. Yeah, so I hate companies that launched biotech companies that launched on the public markets after COVID are nearly all scams because they saw that the amount of money that was available for doing certain things, they saw that you could raise it on public markets from unsuspecting traders who were at home. Desperate to trade biotech. People who like it, people like biotech because of the volatility, and you get the volatility in and around news-based events when trials finish or start. And there is the odd bit of M&A activity which can really boost shares, especially on the rumour. Buy the rumour, sell the news works very well in biotech because the rumours are always put out by the biotech companies themselves, usually in a legal way, and the news is always bad because they're always shit, because shit does not happen as fast as we would all like it to. And I can tell you that it's true, definitely true. An awful lot of volume picking up here. Holy shit. This week there's been shitloads of volume, the last 3 weeks. Daily time frame, you had a gap, price came back, closed the gap more or less, subsequently it's going nowhere. I don't see it as a wedge breakout, to be honest. 4 hour time frame, your momentum is gash, absolutely gash. 1 hour time frame, you've not completely closed that gap below, though you've been very close. Closed that guy. Not closed that guy, so that's not great. There's another gap here. Not closed that guy, so that's not great. Eek, eek. Which wedge are you talking about, Sir Matt? Sir Matt, which wedge? You talking about this? This is a wedge breakout? If that's what you're talking about, then it might be. Then that's a horrible wedge. That's a horrible broadening wedge. But maybe that's what you're talking about. The problem with it is, you've already had the measured move from the wedge breakout. So the wedge breaking out gives you this measured rule. That's the only thing it gives you of any use, and it's already done all that. And having done all that, it's got these two gaps below, which would be catastrophic for price because it would be a huge dip. So your dip would be 30% there. And it's already at 0.1. It trades on the NASDAQ, so it needs to be trading back above $1, which the last time it was above $1 was in the 27th of March. The 27th of March. That's ages ago. So it's already well on its way to getting knocked down. It'll nearly definitely have a split. And biotech splits are awful and it's probably really bad. So you want to be learning on something else. And the first thing to learn is biotech is a piece of shit and you should stay away from it until you're very experienced. Only trade it based on rumors, and you'll see those rumors starting on the charts with technicals, and that would include momentum not being absolutely awful, which is here, continuation divergence, and Any selling pressure at all will smack this down. So I'd be very, very careful there. 24.29 on GameStop. I hope that helps you learning there, Matt. And have you got a formalized program for learning? One of the dangers people have when they go to learn on their own is that they fill their head up with loads of shit that's not important, and it takes ages to get rid of it. So you should think about a formalized training program and from somebody you trust. I have one. This is also a downward sloping broadening wedge on GameStop. If it is to break out now, you've got the same thing that Matt was talking about there, and hopefully this helps, Matt. You've got your measured rule. If it is to break out here, likely it doesn't actually. Likely it breaks out more here, so it should suggest it's going to reject right now. And even then, slightly further along, maybe. But this would speak to the last 15 minutes. 3-4 minutes left. Slide along here, breakout possible. The measured move coming to a horizontal point from the wedge is very likely. And so, while it's a huge cheat, and it doesn't actually help for most people, because you need a lot of contextual knowledge about when and why it would work. Also, you have to be aware of why price is doing the things it is doing when it's doing them. Oh, look at that. You could say that the breakouts, either whether it happens there or not, the probably measured rule and the horizontal level it goes to could be drawn closer together than this would suggest if you just went and like dipped it on here. So boom, there's it breaking out, right? Which takes you to no man's land. So we'll just leave it where that would take you to this. And really it's very similar anyway, right? It's very similar anyway. So that's what you're thinking. They move up to 24.50. Why would that be happening? Well, price already tested 24 bucks. This is where you got a considerable boost in volume previously at 24.20 or so. So not being able to break below that is reason to try and break to the top side. This little box is doing a good job, isn't it? I'm happy I drew the box on. I can't remember what I was asked. I'm back at GameStop. I think I'm just doing that myself. I don't think anyone asked me that. Great stream again, brother. Send Keithas. Am I pronouncing it right? Thank you very much, Send Keithas. Are you doing you better? I hope you're better. You were under the weather there. Everybody wish Send Keithas a good recovery. GME, when will the shit company Lisbon hit $1? I don't know, could be in around October, November, could be in around January, who knows. If they do a split before then, it'll be obviously talking about the equivalent, which would be $2, which would be the same answer. But I don't know, I don't do that x-axis stuff, right? I very rarely do that x-axis stuff. I mean, I did it a couple of times for GameStop back in the day, and it said that GameStop will be in a downtrend for 3 to 5 years. And here's your GAN boxes, and put them all out, and I showed people how to create a GAN chart and how to like properly scale the thing, because you needed to be all the right scaling to do GAN. And it took fucking ages to make the video. And at the time I was getting 40,000 views a video, and that got something like 800 views. At which point I was like, man, like, nobody understands the x-axis, nobody wants to understand. Avery, nobody wants to understand. Rocky did do a little bit of GAN theory on Twitter there recently in Discord, so you check that out if you're interested. But, what was the question? When's Lisbon, because it's so rubbish, when's Lisbon going to go anywhere? Yeah. Well, there's various ways of looking at it, right? For every company that gets a delisting notice, for every 2 that do a split in order to recover the $1 target, for every 2, 1 will recover without a reverse split. So for every 3 that recover from a delisting notice, 2 of them recover by doing a reverse split, and one of those three recover because they actually are in a period transition and pull it around. Right? These are strong, hard facts here, which nobody's asked me about before, but I know. So this is a fact, right? And you can probably verify this if you know anybody that can check it for you. Of every 3 companies that get a delisting, 2 will go through a reverse split. For every 1 that recovers without a reverse split, those ones that recover without a reverse split typically take between 6 to 12 months to recover the share price. Right? Now that doesn't mean they'll take 9. Between 6 and 12 months. Thanks for a quality stream, GME. Thank you very much for supporting the show, Nick. I really appreciate that. Yourself, Senkithas, and Diana today with a little bit. I appreciate it a lot. Thanks so much. Great to see you, Nick. Cheers, mate. So that would mean, right, if they're going to do a reverse split, it could be back at $1 anytime, in which case you're actually asking about $2. And in that case, likely a reverse split itself would cause a little bit of depression price action because the way that certain firms could or would be diluted, and in this instance there's a number of them that would, because they're 71% institutional holdings, they would likely take preventative action so that they weren't losing money in the split if there was depressing price action, which would contribute to that downward pressure, and unwinding those contracts if there's a lot of buying pressure at the time is often what pushes price up again, and that's why it recovers and then the reverse split works. But if it is that the company's going to go through a transition period and they think to themselves, we don't need a reverse split, like we don't care, we'll get a year out of this, or the 60 days, the 30 days, we'll get another 180 days there. As soon as the 180 days pass, we'll just apply for a extension of another 180 because we've got a clear transition plan and we can show it to the NYSE or we can show it to NASDAQ, in this instance NASDAQ, the exchange. And the exchange, NASDAQ, have people they employ with exactly the same experience as me. And what they do is they look at that transition plan, they look at the fundamental side of the business, they look at the charts, and they think this is potentially going to work or this isn't going to work. In which case they'll either give you an extension or otherwise. And with LivePerson, they've already done enough, right? That if I was being asked, and I've got a bias, but like I already know what I'm talking about. If I was the guy being asked to review their transition plan and whether or not it means that they're going to be able to sustain the price above $1, I would be saying yes. Like they've ticked all the boxes, right? No one's going to come after you if you got it wrong. The guy that's supposed to be reviewing these things would say yes, they got through. So LivePerson are the sort of company who could easily not go through a reverse split. They could easily just not go through a reverse split. That doesn't mean that they won't just do it though, right? Because it's totally and utterly up to the philosophy of the people running the company there, rather than what the statistical outcomes are. And they are very serious people, so I don't have a commentary to make on what they should do. But of course I'll adjust and take care to not be in trouble. Cheers, Doomslayers. Thank you very much. Luke Spears, legend, top member there, supporting the show every day with his membership. But look, we did that move. Great. That's great there. Go on, GameStop. Now you've got to put in the rest of your recovery in the last 9 minutes of the day. So I put this link at the top of the chat box thinking, right, this will be a good way of raising money for the channel and stuff. And instead what it meant was that everybody came up with really smart questions that didn't fit into like a technical analysis answer. Came up with, gosh, Dan, you're too smart. The audience is too smart. You came up with great questions about the mechanics of markets, about the nature of news-based events and the likelihood of GameStop announcing certain things at certain times, and you tricked me in answering. So we did all right there. Thanks for the recent streams. I'm new in the market, and you took quite some fear. I hope that helped you, Justin. It's great. There's a lot of cool people called Justin in this community. One of them, just below you. Oof! At my first stock I traded here 5 years ago, AHT. Gartley pattern on GME, 1 minute. Woohoo! Oh, a Gartley. You can nearly see it already there. Gartley! Diddle it, did it. Yeah. How do you flip it up again? No, not that button. Yeah, so a Gartley is a really good formation to see at the bottom of price action. If you're looking for a reversal, a Gartley is good. Gartleys often come with W bottoms at the end of them. We haven't really seen that yet, which not really seen a W here yet, so I would be very, very cautious. I'd be cautious of that happening. And it could easily come along with this. Oh, you've already made it back above there. That's positive. That's very positive. So, I mean, maybe you're looking at that then. But that's not a W. I'm not liking it at the minute. I'm not liking that. Anyway, when I see a W, then I'll be liking it a lot more. What you're looking for is 3 rise and valleys. Usually you get some of the rise and valley being like this, you know. And you would be able to draw a line underneath each of those. There's not enough time left with 7 minutes for it to go through all these oscillations. And so the Gartley bottom, the popular, like the very common reversal you get with a Gartley at the bottom of a trend like that, it would be is this also a harmonic? Where is our XABCD pattern? Was that on a different chart? You've also got it here, ABCD. What was I talking about? The Gartley. The potential reversal. There's only 6 minutes left. So we don't want to see that 3 rise and valleys. We're not looking for a W, and we're instead just looking for price to hold this trend line and blast up again. Blast up to 24.90. Come on, price already, for goodness sake. That's awful. Come on, price, you need to do it now. Come on. Come on, GameStop, what do you like? Eh? If this could get managed to pull back up there to open, that would be super positive considering everything we've talked about today. What? Oh. Suppose you could drop that on there. Not really useful. This broke that previous horizontal, and then from where we were talking about, and then it went on and tested this next area, which is positive. Even got slightly above that. It just ended up doing an 886 in retracement. Like, definitely want this hold in the golden pocket this late in the day. If it just rolls over through these horizontals, through that diagonal, then it'll be breaking this support line that we're hopefully looking to trend off from. Don't come down, price. You've not got time for this, price. I have a serious question. How do you reconcile that most people in the GME play state that TA is like reading tea leaves when it comes to specific complex situation? I don't need to reconcile. I don't need to reconcile that. What the people who say that need to do is they need to reconcile the fact that TA, delivered by me, consistently has an accuracy unmatched by any other approach to measuring or predicting price. And that among technical analysts that cover GameStop, nobody has a record like me. And so I don't need to reconcile anything. It's the other people that need to reconcile it. Like, that's a serious question for people who say that's Spartan hype. They would need to reconcile. Look, it's doing what I said it would do again. They would need to reconcile why it is that price so frequently does what I say it'll do, and that my predictions are from technical analysis, and they'd need to tell me how. Tracebot, have you checked Streamlabs? Maybe it's down. Streamlabs. L. Baker Matthews, 7 minutes ago. Thank you for supporting all of us, Jamie. Here's some minor support for your streams. You total legend, L. Baker Matthews, with $25. Can I play this again? It's going to be really loud. It's going to be really loud. Where is it? Should have shown up. Right, cover your ears. Cover your ears. I say that, but it's just not doing it. Maybe it's going to do it a lot in a minute because it's so slow. L. Baker Matthews, I see it there. It came through. $25. Thank you so very, very much. Hope it now doesn't come through again. Bing, 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 bing. That's L. Baker with 25 bucks. I wanted it to show up on the screen because it doesn't show up in the chat box. But I can't make it do it. Streamlabs is so awful when I went. There it is! But he doesn't do any suplex or that. It's just spanking the hedge fund over and over. Thank you so much, L. Baker. I appreciate it. That was great. Thank you, L. Baker. I appreciate that loads. Boom, price. Boom. Last minute of the day, price is moving. Hey, Tracebond, before you finish up today, thank you for the awesome content as always. Love how engaging you are. Makes it enjoyable to learn about trading even while I'm losing. Thanks very much, Jolly Rover. I appreciate that. It's a nice comment. I've seen a few nice comments from you, mate, and I noticed that, so cheers. Thanks. Spartan Hype. I'd question whether it's most people and the level of experience and understanding of TA is in that collective. True story. 24.69. Almost. Almost. 24.69 for close. 24.69 post market. Oh my goodness gracious me, eh? Oh my goodness gracious. Could have been a lot worse, that, eh? Close there, having tested below 24, so in at around those $23 and change levels where people are looking for entries. Maybe that's what rescued price. Cannot say for sure, but certainly very possible. Very possible, sir. Wow. I see people writing at trade spotting. Banana go yeah, banana in the kitchen. I should have been saying that. Banana in the kitchen. Thank you very much, El Baker. I appreciate that. Come visit the Discord, Spartan, and learn with the rest of us. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Longest minute of my life. Just a matter of fact. Yo. Gobshites. Yeah, well, that is funny. Your pick's right. Most people should not expect any big news from GameStop for at least several weeks. Most people shouldn't. Some people should. Can you tell us a bit about your background? Beth May, you can learn an awful lot about who I am and my background by looking for a video on my channel called A Dilly Dally with the Dalai Lama, and you'll learn an awful lot about me, my temperament, my personality, my experience, my life history, and what brought me to where I am at the moment with the attitude I hold by watching that video. It's only 30 minutes long and it'll teach you a lot about me if you're interested in who I am. Great answers, explanation from Spot today. Great audience, Luke. Great audience. LPSN is deaf. True story. Tracebot, to clarify, I'm the anti-LPSN. For your people who piling in means someone must pile out. To these brilliant traders I speak, LPSN is the COVID of tickers. I see you've adopted that role, but we need you to be more flamboyant in your disparagements. We need you to be more dramatic and to the point where it's ludicrous in itself rather than could ever be interpreted as legit serious conversation, because we can't have a legit serious conversation where we're seriously attacking a stock on this channel either. And unless it's so flamboyant and so absurdly ridiculous that reading it would make you yourself laugh about how hilarious the descriptors used are. Like it has to be that forceful and that ridiculous. But it's also a good point. And AHT says, quick look AHT just before I get back here. Can't imagine it's doing too great at the minute. Oh my goodness, that wick was where? 0.7. Just been doing this and over and over and over doing this. I suppose you could take that across the top now. And it's also true to say that it looks like a channel. So continuation, we expect continuation. The fact that it's now back below $1 itself means that it could easily just be bought by somebody else who wants the assets it holds, which are now valued significantly more than the company itself at 40 million. And then the assets it holds are worth how much again? We talked about this before. Interesting stuff that it's gone so tough for it. Right, there's an awful lot of drawings on the chart here, and I don't want people to be confused when they tune in and they see the trade spotting. What are all these drawings for? Suits you. Right, we don't need all these drawings. That's the 6 guy. And nor do we need any of these lines, really. We'll leave that one on because it's very close. So is this. No, we'll just delete them all. We don't need that. No, that we do need that. That's previous support, resistance, support. I mean, it's relevant. I don't need that. Right. Whoops, the daisy. This is what we lookings at. So price action today then. You have this guy. He's one of the guys you have. He's on your team. You have this guy on your team. That another one there? Looks like it. Is it? Maybe this is one. Crappy, horrible, crappy one. You'd also be talking about a similar thing there, and I'll make that a different colour, but it's just over the top of the other guy. It's going to confuse everybody who watches this show. I know it is. They're also going to think it's fucking magic and stuff and do my heads in. Oh. It's not magic, okay? It's just harmonics. I should make it green because it's more bullish than. But let's go with that. We'll just go with that, will we? People will be confused. They will be confused. I know they will. Especially when they see two at once. It's like I'm cheating. Try spotting, you're cheating again. You're cheating again. I told you technical analysis was hocus McFocus face. Hocus McFocus face. I read the inside of that wrapper that came with the seagull from Dawn, which is now on the window in the kitchen. And it said, I heard Pet Rocks were coming back big style, so I thought we could kick things off with Steve, and she was right. GameStop, exciting news about GameStop. One of my subscribers sent me a painted rock of Steve Seagal, which is extremely bullish for price action. We've also got important harmonics on the price there, and as you see, I'm moving the computer around as I talk. I'm multi-talented, it's unbelievable. These are some harmonics. Likely it means that the price target on GameStop is a little bit higher here. You could see it touch in at around 25, or this could be a reversal pattern. You could see the thing start to really accelerate, especially when you look down here. You see you've got this bullish inverted head and shoulders on the RSI. You've got the same thing on price action and pushing back up to our resistance level. Should it break it, it could really go bonkers back up again. Apparently the hype is dead on price action for GameStop, but what drives price action but price? Nothing else. So let's see if it does start to make moves back above 25.50. I imagine people will be particularly excited about what's going on GameStop. And what is going on this week, ladies and gentlemen, job seekers? Thank you for gathering here and watching this amazing show. If you want to check out more about me, I've got a live stream. And my objective is to provide you with all of the updates about where price has been recently, why it could then go somewhere else using technical analysis, because as proved today, like many days before, I'm exceptional at doing this. And one of the questions in the chat box was, how do I reconcile the fact that a lot of people talk about technical analysis being like tea leaves, and people also being big parts of the GameStop community? And my answer was, I don't have to reconcile anything, because my technical analysis is true to the facts of price, and I've been doing it for years now and demonstrated to a large group of people, tens of thousands of people, who would tell you TraceButton's good at this shit, and especially on GameStop. So it's these people who read tea leaves and talk about these silly ideas. They need to reconcile the facts with their particularly silly ideas in their heads. And that's part of the problem here, is that a lot of people, when money's on the line, get these silly ideas in their head. As you're aware, markets now closed. This particularly spectacular update coming to you. And it's all you've got until Thursday, because the markets are closed tomorrow in observance of the Juneteenth holiday. That is interesting that it comes on a Wednesday when lots of people would be adjusting those option contracts, because that theta decay, that time decay, the value of your contracts disappearing even more intensely, means that what would happen on a Wednesday now moves to Tuesday afternoon, which is interesting because it meant that a lot of these option contracts were unwinding. So when price dipped below 25, everyone who was short was incentivized to close. When price was above 25, everyone who was long was incentivized to close. And close out those option contracts they did, which kept price action going sideways all bloody day, in fact, all bloody day. It gave us these amazing harmonics from which we can predict the future of price action quite accurately if you know what you're doing. And I would say it's particularly interesting. We should definitely keep an eye on what could happen towards the end of the week based on those harmonics. So if you've got puts, maybe you close them, maybe not, and you're waiting to see what happens if there's crushing moves on price. I would suggest that you would maybe want to close them on the Thursday if price did start pushing really low, because there likely is reactions. Also, we've seen those harmonics and price action putting in an inverted head and shoulders, so it could push higher. You'd have to be very careful. Post-market, not seeing anything too fantastic. And anybody on any side of the chain is probably likely best and wise getting rid of those contracts now, unless you're in the money, looking to go long, don't believe price will drip below 20, that's your strike and you're exercising to add pressure to the price, then fair play to you, hats off to you, and we will all sing songs about you. So, it's understandable that these silly ideas in people's heads might create then a sense of unease, especially with the heightened expectations and the volatility surrounding GameStop. One significant observation that I would make is that long side of these option chain contracts hasn't yet unwound. This indicates there's still considerable interest and optimism among certain sections of the investor base who are betting on the stock's upward potential on the chain. Keep that in mind. Sustained interest is a very positive sign and speaks to the serious nature of that thesis that is bullish, and says that it itself doesn't necessarily require or rely upon hype, and instead based on really solid convictions. So during the recent earnings call, the CEO, Ryan Cohen, you know him, he didn't announce any specific strategic initiatives. This has led to some strong speculation that the excitement and the momentum that we've experienced recently is diminishing. But he's been unable to do certain things with his position due to the dilution and then the earnings call and all the rules and regulations around it. Whereas now that's all passed, maybe it is that he looks to increase his ownership position back above 10%. If not, it leaves $4 billion on the balance sheet. And one of the other larger market participants who already have a big holding in GameStop, either BlackRock or State Street or Roaring Kitty, though that's very unlikely, your third option there, would pursue an aggressive acquisition or a greater ownership stake to then have the controlling interest over that $4 billion. And there would be places and prices where they could do that, add to their position, create a sort of larger size, have more impact on the board, and it wouldn't cost them $4 billion. So there's interest there. However, that's not what I would suggest would be the bullish thesis. And I would remind everybody that our leadership team is deeply committed to the long-term success and transformation of GameStop. Ryan Cohen is working very hard as the CEO. It might not be immediately obvious to lots of people, but I can tell you it's true. And he's not going to want to be giving up that without a fight, because he's put a lot of effort in, he's raised a lot of money, and he's finally at a place where he could do something significant with GameStop. When is that going to happen? Well, it might be in around November. It's crucial to understand that Ryan Cohen and the executive team there are considering various strategies and avenues behind the scenes and implementing things that you're not able to see, and that's obviously true. With a lack of immediate announcements, people would feel a little bit concerned, and that's often a sign of some thoughtful deliberation on behalf of the stock market participants that are long GameStop anyway. So I wouldn't critique or be too harsh with those people who were disappointed, and nor would I think that it's impossible to kickstart their engine and get them all hyped again. I think, in fact, that it's likely coming. So I'm quite positive there that there's been focused, directed attention on the strategic future of GameStop, and that steps are being taken in the best interest of the company and its shareholders. So I wouldn't worry too much. Moreover, Ryan Cohen decided to, perhaps decided that while these particular earnings calls were going on, while there were certain court cases previously impacting his own actions, that it would be wisest and best seen on reflection to have gaps between these events. It allows each news item to be digested properly by the market, that's you, and it might be a responsible way of behaving if we were to look back on it in future from a few months from now. So I'm happy to see that the potential moves that could come in GameStop, how they're all very positive, and how GameStop has the resources to do them and well execute, along with the human capital in Ryan, Larry, and the gang to do it and employ those plans properly. So as we navigate this period of uncertainty, I would urge you all to remain patient and keep the faith. Long-term vision in GameStop has not changed. If at all, it's got stronger. The road to transformation is rarely linear. It doesn't advance in a parallel channel, and temporary fluctuations in the stock price are all part of that journey. So our commitment to innovation and customer engagement and revitalizing the business model remains steadfast. I say we, I mean Ryan's. We will continue to monitor all developments here on the channel. And if you're not yet subscribed, then you're doing something wrong. And it must be because you've got some sort of cotton wool for a brain. TradeSpotting calls price action like nobody else. We will be continuing to do so while Ryan is revitalizing the business model. And we will continue to monitor all these developments. And I'll communicate any significant updates as and when they arise. Your support and confidence in GameStop is invaluable to the company, and so it is here. So if you support this channel by becoming a member, I would love you, absolutely love you, and you'll get a little kiss on your lips. And this is the 1 minute time frame on GameStop, where we're talking about an inverted head and shoulders on the RSI and a couple of different Gartleys that could lead to price moving to the top side. That would be very positive, but we're not necessarily banking all of our eggs on the 1 minute time frame. Back up to the 15 minute, where we did have a suggested entry if price should reach $23. If it gets any lower than $22.50, then maybe we would wait, because there is the potential for this gap to be filled down in 1971, or a test of the long-term linear channel that price action was in for a number of years. So the 15-minute time frame, you're at the top side of the bearish control zone. You would say that there's a downward sloping resistance across the top side of the momentum, and when that breaks, you likely see price break above its own downward sloping resistance line, which currently comes in at around $26 and change, which speaks to the potential for rapid velocity, extreme acceleration, and other tautologies that describe how price could move really quickly to the top side, and that rate of change could increase. So we're looking for a little bit of price action to deliver a little bit of hype, and we think it's possible. If not, then we're cautious and we know where price could go underneath. On the 1 hour time frame, as low as it might be meaningful, and turn off these drawings, possibly, well, I'll keep them on. It went through the apex of this triangle that price was in, At that point, it was obvious price would likely break down, having been hugging support the whole way through. Here's the 21st expiration on Friday, where there are shitloads of open interest. Look, we're saying shitloads of open interest. Get up around $30, that's another 700,000 shares. There's nothing short, so these shorts that are trying to close, that won't be impacting price. Long side though, so we expect congestion back at $30 should price reach that level. If it is going to, that'll be it breaking back into this formation. And then as such, you could imagine why, should price make it all the way up to these sort of levels, it could start hugging what was previously support, now resistance, until such times as it breaks through, at which point you would anticipate displacement. That's a concept that Rocky, my brother, and I added to the body of technical analysis. If you want to know more about technical analysis and how to trade like a god, then take the course at www.technicalanalysis.school. Now, you'll need that www. You'll also need to be able to pay for it, because it's not a charity course, it's for traders. And this is the most lucrative job you can do in the world, so don't bitch at me. Right, GameStop, making those moves very, very possible. If you want to learn more about technical analysis, take my course. If you're looking for a community of people who know what they're doing, who understand what I'm saying, and who themselves are together and communicate in a friendly way, they're on the Rocky Outcrop Discord at www.discord.gg/RockyOutcrop. Now, you better have hit the like button, because that is an absolutely brilliant clip on GameStop. Thank you very much for watching. I appreciate you. Holy shit, man. I'm getting good at that shit, by the way. I'm getting so good at that. I'm getting so good at that. Everyone gets a kiss on their lips, and my lips needs a forehead kiss. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Alright, you got it. And that chat, good chat coming up while I was making that clip. You have to break the tea bag while you're brewing it if you want to see the future. True story. Tracepoint, we also have a shark harmonic occurring from last Friday week till Monday low. Oh my goodness, Nick! This is brilliant. I'm going to use that for extra content. We got a little bit of a shark on there, didn't we? Baby shark, baby shark. I love sharks, not because they're particularly effective. I mean, they're one of the shitter harmonics, but I love them because of the song Baby Shark. And when I was dating this model, God, she was like a couple of them, right? But this one particular one, she was really into the bad, those stuff that you shouldn't be doing, you know, bad stuff. And she'd be doing it late at night, and it would keep me awake with all this, you know, you know when they like to party, you know what people like to party are like, and they do it during the week because their jobs are so easy and so infrequent that most of their life is a holiday. And the only way I could get it to stop, it was by playing Baby Shark at full volume and putting it as if it was stuck on repeat. And you know, you can do that if you've got the remote control. And they you know, it was a great way of getting her to stop doing yayo, and you know, it was a great way. It works. It's a top tip, right? And if I've got a tip to share with anyone, and it's like you know, you want to go to sleep, right? It's counterintuitive, right? But if the same thing that was happening in those circumstances is happening to you, put your fucking radio or your whatever it is full blast, absolute maximum volume, and then play Baby Shark on repeat. It really, really good. And that tip came in from Nick there, $5. There is a shark harmonic from last Friday week to Monday low, which is this Monday and a week there, rather than over the weekend there was a shark put in, which would be interesting, right? A weekend shark, that's a whole new concept. Baby shark, weekend shark. Yeah. Truth point, we also have a shark harmonic occurring on the Friday list. That was Nick. I'm going to use that for a whole new video that people are going to get to watch, and they're going to love it, and they're going to get more of this. Chart outside of the 1 minute is just hype. Yes, DJ Quells, it's just complete hype. Unless you're looking at a 1 minute chart, you don't know what you're doing. Oh my God, we got deleted messages. DJ Quells, what did it say? Lives in an apartment, can't chart outside 1 minute chart, I call BS. Bye. Now you just cost yourself. Truth is, DJ Quells, that everybody knows you're a complete loser. Now you have to watch, can't talk, you have to watch that everybody knows you're a loser. People hid your message because they didn't want me to see it, because they thought I'd be upset, but I'm not upset. I am delighted. I'm delighted to learn that those ambiguous messages you were putting in earlier, which I thought to myself, here's someone really stupid who doesn't understand what they're talking about, and they're suffering under a lot of delusions. How do I articulate the truth for this guy when he seems like he's suffering from cognitive dissonance? And I pondered it. I went for a walk and thought about how stupid you were. And I came back and decided that it wasn't worth my time to address your problems. But now you've gone and done it for me, which is appreciated. It is an apartment. It's in the centre of Edinburgh, because they don't make houses in the centre of Edinburgh, you stupid dumbass. But in this street, which is one of the most famous streets in the world, there are only 4 apartments that are actually main door, that are their own contained unit, and I got one of them. So what do you make of that, you stupid dumbass? Right, now that your whole stupid fallacy's fallen apart, and here it is that you can't even afford a membership to this channel so that I would take your criticism seriously, right? Your name's great, I will ignore anything negative you say, obviously. You stupid idiot who think that an apartment doesn't mean that somebody's worth money, right? There's plenty of apartments in New York that are worth shitloads of money, so that's not important. The fact that there's obvious things about this apartment you could have critiqued, yet didn't, shows that you lack simple observational powers. And if you can't see the obvious things in front of you, how the fuck are you ever going to understand the nuances of price action on visualizations that we see on any time frame, mate? And also it's true to say that the lower the time frame, the harder it is to get a degree of fidelity behind your analysis. And if you didn't actually fill your head with shit, so much so that you can't see past your own nose, you would have noticed that I went through multiple time frames on that quick little clip. So I hope you enjoy watching me enjoy telling you how much of an absolute dumbass you are, and it's completely obvious to everybody else. So if you ever see DJ Qualls in any chat box about